Good afternoon, everyone. Hope we are doing well heading into the action here in our final or a kind of remaining round of 16 matches. Obviously, I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful CMD, otherwise known as Charlie. And look, Charlie, before we head into these matches, how are we feeling about these upcoming games?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. Look, we're very, very close now to wrapping up these round of 16s. We see some interesting results. I think most interestingly, it's got to be Betboom getting eliminated by Partizan.
Yeah.
I mean, surely that has to be there. Partizan have been a team that, look, I'm a big believer that they can get back to sort of where they want to be, but it hasn't really been on display in this server for the last few months. That result there is massive. You look at TNL losing to Patera as well in that very close fashion. There's certainly been some surprises here. I mean, Amiga sort of gaining some form back to beat this sort of inform Monty. That was a close fixture that we got the pleasure of watching yesterday. I'm loving this round of 16. I think things are shaping up to be really close, really hotly contested. And I think a lot of people probably could have come into this event and said, Betboom are the highest ranked team. I wouldn't be surprised if they can go all the way. Apparently not. And eliminated at the first step.
Obviously, yeah. I think we're going to be talking about Betboom and TNL and their kind of removal with the round of 16 for quite some time. But obviously, we do have two more round of 16 matches. Obviously, the first of which being Big versus ESC. And to end the evening, we've got Fnatic versus GUNS5. And obviously, Charlie, we're a little bit delayed regarding the start time of this matchup, as the last game did end a little bit later than expected. So let's get into the kind of, I guess, the pre-show of things. Let's talk about the teams. We can bring up the rosters, have a little bit of a chat, because I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on this game for many reasons. Not just because Big, they're on some kind of crazy form where why are they playing so badly? Why can't they get these results? Why can't we see such positives from them? But in the same light, ESC have looked really, really good as of late. You just have to look at their win rate. It's ridiculous. They've got an 87% win rate. You know, they just look absolutely unstoppable. They are winning events. They are looking so, so good. And honestly, I think this ESC team, they're looking pretty unbeatable at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it feels like the sky is their limit. And I think most interestingly, when it comes to this Big versus ESC game, I think a lot of people are going to be looking at Big in general and saying, okay, look, Big are on bad form. They're a team that has been struggling the last few months. They do get beaten by teams that Big historically should be taken down without any issues. But the issue is, things haven't been going that way. We have got a head-to-head of these two teams in the past. One of which, at the start of this month, Big did take ESC down in a 2-1 fashion. But just yesterday, Fred, ESC took down Big as a 2-0, where Big only got 9 rounds on both maps.
Yeah, and obviously that was a semi-final match. That was where the pressure's at an all-time high, and potentially where you'd assume that Big, they are a little bit more kind of well-equipped when it comes to pressure. They've played at a high level. They've got more experience, but ESC absolutely battered them. As you mentioned, only dropping 9 rounds, 13-2 map 1, 13-7 map 2. Whether either of those maps feature in the veto today, I'm unsure. I feel like it would be a crazy risk from Big to allow either kind of a Mirage or a Nuke, but they're going to have to. One of them is going to be seen. You know, you don't get 2 insta-bans, and obviously Big, they're notorious for not playing Ancient. But obviously this being the ESC roster, I feel like we've seen quite a lot of them. They've looked really, really key. Honestly, I don't think there's a single player here that you couldn't talk about. When it comes to individual ratings, it is just absolutely insane. And I think a lot of it is going to be slightly skewed because of the fact that this team are on a ridiculous win rate. But Charlie, their lowest rating is 1.12. It's Bajmi with a 1.12 rating, and that is their team's lowest. This is just absolutely ridiculous. How is a 1.12 rating a team's lowest? That's usually a team's best. That is just absolutely ridiculous. The reason this team not only are performing so well is because they've got great synergies, they've got great kind of contingency plans in place, and the individuals are just absolutely destroying.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a tear here for the polls, and it feels like they just cannot be stopped. Even if we do see someone like Bajmi slow off a game, there's always 2-3 more players to pick up the slack, and it feels like that's been the case throughout the whole thing. I mean, even if you didn't know this team, you'd probably struggle to realise the Limp's in-game lead in it, just because he's putting up some serious numbers. We've seen some really nice moments from Rico. I mean, Simi's looked unreal at times with the AWP. I think we could spend hours harping on about this ESC team and how good that they've looked in the last few months. A lot of these guys are a bit more experienced. This isn't sort of their first team, is it? This isn't a massively young team, sort of averaging around mid-20s, 25 or so in terms of age. So, look, this team does have the experience, and now finally they're getting the results that they've been waiting for a long time. We've seen a fair few of these players sort of back in the day on the sort of Gentium, on your Honoruses, and it feels like now this experience is finally starting to pay off as all 5 of them collectively are looking really, really scary up in the server. Let's take a look on the flip side of Big. We are seeing some nice individual moments here, though, as well, from players like Crimbo, Process as well. The issue is, I don't really think Big are going to be able to go toe-to-toe to ESC if ESC, all 5 of them are stepping up at the same time. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to happen, but we have seen it in the past few months. That has helped ESC sort of jump over the hurdle of some better teams at times, but there's a lot of question marks about Big at many times. Hype's a player that I still really want to believe we can see a promising AWPer within him. Results have been difficult these last few months. Statistically, hasn't had an easy time of things. I think when you look at the open duel between both teams, this is where potentially Sammy could look to capitalize and really hurt Big at times.
Yeah, obviously, we haven't got Hype on the roster right now. He is on the HLTV, though. So I'm a little bit interested as to what's going on, whether Kyubi is actually going to be playing with this roster. I'm really unsure, because HLTV says one thing, the HUD says another.
Wait and see, surprise.
Yeah, I guess so. Potentially Hype just unable to play today, maybe something like that. Either way, look, as you say, I think it is just going to be a bit of a surprise. I think this team definitely does have decent individuals and obviously plenty of experience. Even someone like Crimbo now, you'd say, okay, he's still very young, still kind of doesn't have the most experience. He's 22 years old. He's been on this team for nearly 3 years now, or over 3 years, sorry. Already won, a trophy back in 2022 with this team. He's now got that experience. Crimbo has been looking really, really positive. But the issue is he going to be able to hit heavier than the rest of his whole opposition? I feel like JDC, I think there was a lot of talk about JDC over kind of back when he was on Mouse, promoted to the main roster. I feel like things have gone a little bit quiet for him. Again, I think what we saw from Hype on alternate attacks, he was having really good form. Obviously, he was on Big before, and then it didn't really work out. Went over to alternate attacks, and Hype was an absolute carry there. But I think this big roster, they've got something about them. I think the Process pick up again. Obviously, another player that was on the main roster for a while, went back down to the academy team, now back on the main roster. We've seen quite a lot of that from this big team. Hopefully, Process is here to stay, because he's actually had a pretty decent last 3 months, 1.19 rating. Obviously, we were kind of praising the ratings and the abilities of the ESC side. Process actually the highest rated player on the whole server. So I feel like there is certainly an argument as to why we could see Big win today. But the real issue is the fact that Big did lose 2-0 to ESC yesterday, only picking up 9 rounds in total.
Yeah, I mean, I think one big determining factor of that game was the vetoes. I'm curious what the vetoes today are going to look like between these two teams. Obviously, like we said, in the last series that these two did play, ESC did select Nuke there. We did see Big take Mirage with Dust2 as that third and final. So I think the vetoes are going to be an interesting one, whether Big are going to allow for it to be the same thing. I think that potentially could be a bit of a mistake, but you could certainly argue as well that Big are confident in their own game, that they want to be able to still take ESC to their sort of battleground and not shy away from the occasion. But equally, I do think that's going to be a bit of a scary task ahead of us. I do think in terms of just the last few months, in terms of map vetoes, what we're going to see banned, what we're going to see allowed, Big actually do have a few avenues that they could look to go down. Not necessarily saying they'll either be able to have an advantage over ESC on them, but I definitely do think, just due to their map pool, the fact that they do end up playing a fair share amount of maps, there's a few different looks that they can go about. But unsurprisingly, ESC will ban Train, will have Ancient banned from Big, and it will be the Nuke selection from ESC, of course. Dust2 instead of Mirage from Big on this occasion, but Mirage will still be that third and final. So just moving around that second and third map, switching those places. Obviously, Mirage was actually a bit of a blowout yesterday, the more dominant of the two maps. Big only managed to get 2 rounds on their own map pick, so they're going to give Dust a go. They obviously didn't get a chance to play it yesterday, so maybe this could be the solution that they need.
Yeah, the issue is if ESC find map 1 so dominantly again, I think all Big are going to be thinking throughout Dust2 is, look, even if we win it, we then have to play Mirage. It's not as though there is actually a change in the maps, as you mentioned, Charlie. It is just the order switch, which, honestly, I think there could be some really big issues here. I think the German side are going to struggle today, just on the basis that recently, who have they bested, or who have they bested that I think anyone would look at and go, okay, that's a really impressive win. I think, okay, yeah, they beat TNL 2-0, which obviously is a great result, but again, the consistency's been a real issue for Big. They lost to Ecstatic. Obviously, they lost to OG. They lost to Spirit Academy. They've been getting some big losses recently, and honestly, for Big, I just want to see them back kind of competing again. This was a team that kind of, when I first got into watching CS and kind of playing CS myself, this was a team that were at the top. They were fighting for kind of these, these spots in the biggest events, and now they're losing to teams that probably didn't even have the game downloaded at the time, kind of thing. These youngsters that are absolutely bodying. We have just got word from production, though, Charlie, that there might be a little delay regarding the start time of this game. So I think the safest thing that we'll do is throw it to a break, and we'll be in the action on Nuke, hopefully very, very soon. Welcome back. We are going to be heading into the action on that first map of Nuke. Obviously, Charlie, one thing that I haven't asked you yet. It's a question that I feel like you already know is coming now. I've given the slight kind of preamble to it. It's the age-old question, the one you hate to answer. Who's taking the game? Who's taking the series? Where's this going? Give us your 2 cents.
It's difficult. I think I'm sort of fanboying over ESC recently. Just because I've got to watch quite a fair few of their games and I've been really impressed by what they've shown us. I think I probably am going to have to lean towards them. One thing I am hoping at least is it's going to be a good game between both teams. I'm hoping we can have a competitive one. I hope even if Big do lose, or even if ESC do lose, it's not going to be like the matchup that we saw yesterday from both these guys, where it is a bit of a blowout. I will give a slight favour into ESC, though. Just maybe because I've watched a bit more from them recently, and I've been a lot more impressed with them than I have Big at times. So I'm just excited for this one. I'm hoping that Big can sort of try to iron out some of the issues that they had yesterday, Fred. And we had a little bit of a closer game on Nuke. Maybe Big can do one step further.
Yeah, look, I feel like ESC. I don't want to say either team are favourites. I think that'll be a little bit. I think that'll be a little bit disrespectful to Big to say ESC are the favourites, and kind of vice versa. I think we have got quite an even game, but I am going to be favouring Big in this one. I feel like, actually, they would have seen that 2-0, they would have had that result, and they would have gone, actually, that was embarrassing. We need to work on something here.
Well, Pistol Round is favouring ESC here. Bomb on the back of Rico. We'll plant this toward A. JDC in a 1 versus 2. Not sure if there's a defuse kit down anywhere for him to retrieve. And the long flank from Rico towards Heaven. Olymp in second bench. Timing goes against JDC. The wrap not even needed. In-game leader can do it by himself. 2 kills for him, 2 for Moonwalk. Rico chiming in to give ESC their pistol round victory on this T side of their map selection, of course.
Obviously, ESC, they're going to want a strong start here on this T side. Get yourself some early victory, build your foundation of Nuke. Charlie, ESC have played this map 25 times. 25 in the last 3 months. They have lost it once. And their loss was a 13-11 loss, as close as it gets. This is by far the best team on Nuke at the moment in this Tier 2 space.
I mean, it certainly does feel like that, doesn't it? Tabson here with the Deagle, though, will find a kill beforehand. Base has been taken, but the fighting is continuing from the T's. They're not shying away despite losing bodies. Tabson's found his second in the meantime. Finally does get put to rest, but you've kind of got all of the CTs crunched in here towards Garage. They need to connect these shots, and they need to connect them cleanly. Sure, they've got the man advantage, but health could favour either side. Hyped does get taken down here. 2 players lining up. JDC makes good work of this MP9.
Yeah, bursting with the MP9's working well for JDC. Obviously taking down Samey there, I believe. Reposition out of Crimbo. JDC gets another, and now Moonwalk 1 versus 2. This was a 3v2 mere moments ago, but JDC Done a lot of good work in this round. And now this is where Big can just back away. But we've got Crimbo. He's kind of aggressing, having a look from lockers. We've got Moonwalk playing very disciplined there. Not wanting to give up his life. He's gained some valuable information. And peek out of Crimbo. Smoke down from JDC. Reposition out of Crimbo now. 30 seconds on the clock. I think the only way this round is won is if Moonwalk takes the risk of pushing through this smoke. But little does he know. Crimbo's already in the bomb site. 20 seconds. And there's nothing really Moonwalk can do. If he heads towards A, Crimbo's ready and waiting. If he goes down the vent, that's where JDC resides. 13 seconds now. JDC, that's all about timing. Steps ahead though, JDC favored in this fight. Knife out in as well, but JDC, great triple here. Mentioned that I think JDC was a name that many of us commentators, many of anyone within the CS stratosphere was so excited to see when he was on that Mal's roster. Such an impressive player, yet there's been that slight dip in form. Hasn't really had the kind of the individual brilliance that I think many alluded or I kind of thought he would have, but this could be his kind of return.
Well, I certainly do think he's been playing much better here on Big, but you could make the argument not playing against as high tier opponents as well. So definitely showing that he can have that moment of brilliance still. Because what a round from him there really was the difference maker that Big needed. Because although ESC were two-man disadvantage, they started to pick apart the defense, but JDC made great work.
What a setup. How has that gone so wrong?
I mean, you're so exposed though, that's the issue. It felt like if ESC were maybe a few seconds later, Big could get probably set up where they wanted to, but slightly just exposed in no man's land. So it is a 3-on-3.
Contact taken, Tabson with intel of 2, but Olin will take him down. And now Samey under pressure, Tech 9 in hand, Process dropping the smoke on the bomb, missed shots from Samey. Opportunities now being given here, Process aggressing. Samey gets one more though. Down to the 1 versus 3 for Process. He isolates the first. Can't find the second, though. Great from Bajmi. And ESC, although they lose against the Big Force by, they're victorious with the Tech 9s.
Settle on to the close game. This is certainly how it's provided, isn't it? Forced by one. Nice and early here on map number 1. Obviously, Big's cash isn't going to look all too good here. On XM. Hyped on an M4, the rest of his teammates with 5.7s. Util just 4 pieces across the whole team. Util outside. Smokes have been thrown. We're not seeing the same heavy outside setup that we were beforehand from Big. Hype's the M4, this is the heaviest hitting weapon. He isn't going to be cleared. Oh. How many can Hype find? Taps away at 1, that's all he can get.
That is awful. That is embarrassing. It's always tough though. You're in those scenarios where you want to kind of line up 3 or 4, and in reality, you'd be happy with 2.
Yeah, that's tough. He gets the dink initially, and then goes to the second, hoping he finds the kill. And tries to frantically go back. It just gets a bit messy there. AK, you can certainly see quite a different round, but it's not to be there for Hyped, but still a chance here. With the 5.7 and XM, it's dropped in a really uncomfortable spot.
Yeah, really kind of just annoying. Positioning of Process. He's got an XM from Redbox. Samey is down the vents. I'm swinging towards double doors here as JDC. Samey spots and finds. That is excellent from Samey. And Process, although he was here towards Redbox with the XM, won't really find the true impact of it. If he flanked straight away, he would have had a decent chance. Just going to look to save these rifles here. I think Process should actually just look to back away himself, as there is an M4 and an AK to be retrieved.
Yeah, it's quite unlucky there. You understand the idea. If ESC do go back up towards A, as JDC's obviously contain that bomb for a decent bit of time. ESC don't have the intel. They could certainly think Big could have doubled up towards that position, maybe.
Yeah, of course.
I think we would have seen a lot of impact from that XM, but it's not just going to come through. Grimbo's probably done enough to keep hold of this rifle.
I don't know. He is getting progressed. It is Samey, though. And honestly, Having that many players falling, ESC, I don't think they can justify going for another fight, but it will be the 4th expected from ESC, as it is just this saved rifle from Crimbo. Double pistols could be invested, but even still.
Yeah, I mean, so ESC do sort of win the Force by War. They've already got Crimbo to worry about. As well as Crimbo's played, as good a player as he is, it'll be a tough ask for him to win this one alone. Hype down, Tabson both here towards ramp. Ashmi does get dinked down and will be finished off by Tabson, but it's a clean take of ramp after that. Already 2 down towards the lower side, but it is just a set of dualies and a USP. So this is where ESU should look to try to build some money on this T side. It's near enough guaranteed to be that 4th one scoreline, which already is a brilliant start for the T's here on this map, but certainly can expect a little bit more.
Just a couple kills would be great, but JDC falling. I don't think we'll see another. Falling so process, Moonwalker. Yeah, not really the fight you'd hope for.
It's interesting, yesterday when we saw these two teams play, biggest issue for Big on this map was their CT side, to be honest. Obviously, they opted to start there, as ESC did select the map. The issue is they managed just 3 measly rounds. They ended up losing the first half 9-3. They ended up getting a few on the board after winning the pistol and conversion on the second half, but by that point you're already down 9 rounds. You're against ESC on the favoured side of this map. It's only a matter of time, and that's exactly what we saw. So for Big, they've got to make sure they find more than just 3 rounds. Ideally for Big, I'd say I want to see minimum 6.
I actually think Big need more. I think they're going to have to find more than just 6 here on the CT side. They're going to have to win the half. Crimbo, oh, timing is devastating for Crimbo.
We'll get a kill back there onto Rico, though. We've seen the play down the lower side already. We do have one here in JDC. I believe might have been spotted. Certainly looks like he has. He down so much damage. That was second aid 4 HP on JDC. And after not actually taking down the rifle on the lower side, ESC are going to look elsewhere.
Obviously, so much damage has been dealt to Big. Moonwalk is low himself.
Easy kill, though, when Hype's not even looking. Bomb can get planted, and Big, it's another round where I just don't really know if you even want to give it a go. We've got low SP JDC, there's no defuse kit. You're disadvantaged. I think they are just going to call it quits, but this is going to be 5 rounds found for ESC, and it feels like they're certainly not slowing down from the previous games that we've seen. They're certainly not slowing down from the form that we've seen from them in the last few months.
Yeah, ESC are playing incredibly. And I think it's just one of those ones where I think you've just got to sit back and enjoy it. I'm sure any opponent they face, I'm going to be too happy. And honestly, I feel like when Big saw who they were facing, they're probably like, really? Of all of the qualifying teams, we get the one with a 96% win rate on Nuke. Like, really? I feel like the only chance any team has like a decent chance of besting ESC is if just their Instaban is Nuke. The Instaban's got to be Nuke, and their own second weakest map has got to be ESC's Insta.
Yeah, that's sort of the issue. Is Big, obviously, they looked to ban Ancient again, just like they did yesterday. But it's even if they did swap that ban for Nuke, ESC still have an 87% win rate on Ancient. They were on a unreal level of form. I think they were on like a 9 win streak or something, maybe an 8 win streak, before finally that being put to rest by BetBoom in a close game of Ancient. And Big equally haven't been great at the map. They haven't played a huge amount of Ancient in the last few months. So it's probably for them, they're thinking, well, we can play Nuke, better, then we can play Ancient, and it's a map that we play significantly more. It's almost played map in the last few months. Or we can take the risk and play a map that's sort of equally as good for ESC, but it's even worse for us. And you understand why they didn't do that, and they stuck with Ban and Ancient, but it felt like it was never a great spot for Big, and ESC were always going to get either Ancient or Nuke as their map pick, and that always felt like it would be a near guaranteed victory for them. So Big will have to make sure they can do it on Dust and Mirage. Both of these maps are good for both teams. So Big certainly on paper have the chance to do so. We obviously saw them fall very flat on Mirage yesterday. So I'm hoping for quite the turnaround from them there.
Charlie, they have played 38 series in the last 3 months. 38. Yeah? They've lost 5. 1 to BC Game, 1 to Ruby, 1 to TNL, 1 obviously to Big, and 1 to Fnatic. They've played 38 series in the last 3 months, and they've lost 5 of them. Quite the stat.
Yeah, that's a worrying one. It's a scary stat line. For a team that, sort of rightfully so, we've seen them shoot their way up. 36th in the VRS now, even higher than Big are.
Do we think they compete in Tier 1? Do we think if they got to, like, kind of, you know, the bigger events where they're playing against the top 20 teams, do you think they've got a decent chance there? Or is this more they're just besting the Tier 2 teams, and if they played against kind of some real heavy hitters, that's when they struggle?
I mean, that's always the question, isn't it? And it's the question that I think a lot of Tier 2 teams still need to sort of overcome. Yeah, we see plenty of teams in a similar spot to where ESC are now. They go for a great run of form. We even saw it with Sinners a little while ago, if you remember. They sort of went on brilliant form, sort of towards the end of Oscar's tenure on that lineup. We saw them shoot up to 36th in the world, very similar to where ESC are. Stuck around there for a little while before sort of slowly fading away. And it's a big step up from tier 2 to Tier 1 that some teams certainly can sort of take in their stride, but it's never a guarantee just because you play well here. So still going to be a lot of question marks as to what we see.
I think one of the teams that kind of has really proven their kind of statement and stable in the Tier 1 scene now has been 3D Max. You know, a couple months ago, well, I say a couple months ago, about 6-7 months ago, we saw them in these kind of Tier 2 events, and yeah, they might be the invited side there, but they'd still be, you know, they wouldn't be guaranteed in those games, but, you know, nearly top 10. They've looked really, really good. I've been very impressed. Whether we could see something similar, though, from a team like ESC, though, I'm unsure. Because it is so difficult. We've seen it from individuals as well, when they've kind of had the call-up. They've had that kind of, I guess, the tap, you know? Where we see what you've got to offer, and we're going to bring you into the top rosters. And I think a lot of the time it does work quite nicely, but there are the odd occasion where you see it really fall flat. A very recent roster move that I've got my eye on, massively so, is Tanir moving to Spirit. I am so excited to see him on Spirit. Obviously, we saw him back on Amiga, where he was playing. I think he just was there for like a month or so. Had that slight stint on Heroic. But honestly, I am really, really looking forward to what Tanir has to offer now. Now he's on Spirit. I feel like he's a player that, you know, any caster of kind of, you know, in the Tier 2 space will have known Tanir to be that kind of crazy fragger. Kind of, remember him back on kind of P2N. Obviously he played for Webster's for a little bit. He's always been the best player on every team that he's been on, I feel anyway. And now he's on Spirit. He's definitely not going to have that mantle. But I always find it interesting when you have players who finally have the opportunity to move to that top tier team.
I mean, that's the interesting thing for these guys, it feels like. I mean, I remember sort of that Sanga roster that Sammy played on. Obviously, we watched them be one of the teams to sort of shoot their way up through sort of Tier 3 to Tier 2, and sort of really testing their sort of grit against some Tier 1 teams. And obviously all their sort of lineup ended up moving to what you sort of felt like were bigger and better things there. Sort of players like Youngster, Heroic, I mean, basically the core of that team, Heroic, really. And then sort of Sammy felt like he was sort of left on the wings And it felt a bit disappointing because he was a big part as to why that team had so much success. But it feels like he's been patient. He kept his head down and sort of just kept on grinding. And now he's starting to get some of the reward with this ESC lineup. And that's the thing. All you need to do is just wait for your opportunities, and eventually they'll come. And it feels like this has been one of Samy's big opportunities here with this ESC team. Because honestly, it feels like just by waiting a little bit, he's probably been on a roster that's never had as good form as this team has right now. They do feel near enough unstoppable.
Yeah, definitely. And I think same can be said to quite a lot of the other individuals on ESC. You know, a vast majority of them have been kind of on these Polish rosters. Obviously, a fair few of them playing back on that Thunderflash team, on Los Cogatos. Obviously, we've seen a lot of that. You know, we saw for Olympia a short stint on Permitter as well. I feel like that's a side, when it comes to the tier 2 Polish sides, I feel like they're definitely one that everyone really knows. I remember actually watching Raiko back on that Honoris roster. He was on Honoris for plenty of time. I feel like we got to watch quite a lot of that Honoris team. And I think a lot of the time we were talking about how Raiko certainly was a very impressive individual. And you have to imagine him learning under players like Neo, like Taz, are always going to be really helpful for a player's development. You know, you look at people like Friend, obviously, he's benched on this wildcard roster now, but he's moved on to really positive things. Same with Sammy. Obviously, Sammy was teammates with Raiko back on that Honoris roster as well, back in 2023. I think there has been a lot of these individuals that have played under people like Neo, like Taz. I think we can talk about similarly players like JW, about how they're not they're not playing in their prime anymore, but they're looking to kind of mold these young these young talented individuals to kind of move to bigger and better things. And I think we've certainly seen that with obviously players like Poi. Obviously he's on a kind of a better roster now as well. So yeah, I feel like we have got a lot of that here. I feel like both the kind of the Swedish and the Polish scene have been really good at trying to kind of keep their, I guess, the talents and the experience and historic players with the ability to kind of mold and shape these young individuals. And I think that's why it's worked quite nicely here, especially for a player like Raiko, who, let's be honest, he hasn't had the kind of the cleanest of careers. It's always been really difficult for him. He was on Sprout for about a minute and didn't have the chance for that. Then he moved to Revenant. That didn't work out. He was on ITB for a little bit. That was about a month. It feels as though Raiko hasn't really had a stable place in any roster. Yet here on ESC, this is looking so good.
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly make the argument that obviously this German team as well under Tabson's leadership, what used to sort of be God B as that mantle for Big, and all the German talents come and learn under him. Really, it feels like Tabson's been the one that sort of has been thrusted into that role, but still sort of waiting to see, because I still think Germany's got a huge talent pool and there's a lot of players, but it's just, are they given the opportunities? Are they given the chance? It feels like we're seeing less sort of things from certain lineups, like alternate attacks now, which sort of used to be like the second German team, where a lot of players would learn their craft on, similar to Sprout as well. And it just feels like there's not as many decent German teams that we're getting to see sort of Big be able to pick apart at times. And it feels like a lot of that weight is being relied on Tabson, and we're still waiting to see it probably work out. But similar to players like Process, I think there's still a deep talent pool that we can certainly see players sort of develop from. But Fred, we are still waiting for a few minor issues here between these two teams. So we're going to be jumping into a short break before we're back with round number 7 between Big and ESC here on Nuke. We'll catch you shortly.
Timer back ticking. We are going to be heading back into the action now. Obviously, there's been a very large tech delay, but back into round number 7. Obviously, we alluded to the fact that we thought this would just be a short technical issue, but we're back.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't all too short, but issues do seem to be resolved. Obviously, for anyone who has missed it, ESC leading 5-1 here on their map selection of Nuke. You can see the weapons back in play for Big here. All him looked like he should have been caught out. He does one better and finds JDC. Aston does well to find 1-on-1 point of health there. Very chaotic round, just 25 seconds in, and already bombs down towards ramp. Players on the lower site, and a man advantage for ESC.
Hype does have the AWP, but not in the best position for it. It kind of feels a little bit in the open. Obviously, the bomb is down on the B-bomb site. Just holding for vent for any rotation. Again, this is going to be a 6 now for ESC. I mentioned for Big, their best chance at taking Nuke, or their only chance at taking Nuke, is actually just winning the half. They can no longer do that.
Yeah, I mean, 6 sort of needs to be found by Big here at least. Otherwise, you are going to be a little bit concerned by, are we just going to have a repeat of what we saw the last time these two played on Nuke? Just as a bit of a catch-up or a refresher. Last time these teams did play, Big were only able to find 3 rounds on the CT side of Nuke. And that was a big reason as to why they fell so flat on that series, particularly on this map. Need to see more than that. Look, do I think 6 rounds is enough? It's tough to say. I do think it gives you something to play with though. You win the pistol, potentially win against a force bind, and you're in a decent spot there. But I think when you start to get to 5-4 rounds on the CT side, that's where things are looking pretty bleak.
Yeah, I think right now for Big, I think they've kind of just got to accept their fate that realistically, ESC, they've got a 96% win rate on this map for a reason. 96, that's just a crazy win rate. I think that's the highest win rate I've seen of any team on any map above 10 maps played. They've got 25 games on it. It's their most played map, I believe. They've only dropped it once. Nice find here, though. Nice. Oh, JDC gets another as well. Rosis and JDC with the first 2. 2-man advantage here. Big. Got to win this one.
Well, it's a great spot for them to do it, and it's probably one of the most convincing rounds we've seen from Big. Well, particularly since sort of that initial second round force buy that gave them their first and only round. 1-for-1 trade here is not good enough for ESC. Process spots out, does some decent damage to Olymp, who desperately tries to make his way down vents. In fact, it's Samey to do so, but does get spammed away. Olymp finds 1. I mean, damage here would be decent. If Olymp could maybe find 1 more kill, that's sort of all you can really ask for. Money's in a decent spot for ESC. Same cannot be said for Big, of course.
Yeah, obviously, Big, if they can keep 3 survivors, they're going to have a pretty perfect investment. Olymp dropping down the vents.
Never going to expect Crimo's angle. It's a strong position to be played. And all the info in the hands of Big there. Still weapons invested on both sides, of course. Said that ESC have enough cash to play with. We do see the second found here from Big. Ideally need to see them start to string these rounds together. Can't just have the occasional round in isolation. Rico aggressive here. No flashbang with the process of position. Makes it look easy. Same be found as well. We see a fast raid play from ESC, but it feels like lacking a fair few flashbangs. Usually Basmi taking quite a nice bit of space here. I'm just sort of not aware of this, so nor are the players for Big. Magazines not the greatest of weapons for the occasion.
Obviously as well for Big, if they want to get themselves 6, not only do they need to put rounds on the board, but again, they need to be doing it dominantly. And 3 survivors in the last, potentially 4 in this one.
There is tabseN. bashby's going to spot out JDC very soon as well. We'll find the first. Mag10 does find the second as well. bashby brings a 4v1 down to the 2v1.
Already, this is great damage. And the opportunity of the round. 1 versus 2 for bashby. Very much in the realms of possibility, especially with his first being Hype to face. A shot from Hype. Swing from the Mag10. We all know how that altercation can go, but I'm never missing that one. Far too easy for him. Rimbo with so many different AK choices there.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt there from bashby, just for the Mag10. Makes things reasonably competitive, but the actual execute towards A just not good enough from ESC. Falls a bit short of the mark. So we'll have to take the hit and go for the eco. This is where Big will be able to extend their lead more so than what they found the last occasion. At least 4 before weapons are back in play. We do have a bit of investment. There's a few Tech 9s in play. P250 and a Mag10 on Olymp. Thrown. We're going to see the peak. I don't know if that's worthy for tabseN there. It's a dangerous peak when you know the smokes are thrown. Players are going to be looking at that angle. With the M4 going 1 for 1. Only removing a Tech 9 isn't great. The Tech 9 of bashby gets perfect time onto JDC. It's a man advantage. Mag10 has dropped down. Olymp will find. Surely not Big. This was meant to be the easy one. And coming into this round with 4 pistols and a Mag10, ESC are going to walk away with the round victory. bashby could find another kill here outside as well. Process spotted, spot down low, but not able to be found. But the round is done. Big aren't even going to attempt this. They don't really have the money for it.
Obviously for Big, they found themselves a couple more rounds, but Process does need to keep himself alive. And he will go down to the bomb.
Yeah, that's more than worthy for Rico as well. Like, he could have looked to save his teammates M4, but just sort of keeping Process nearby, so that he ends up going down to the bomb. It wasn't the full buy from ESC. It was just the eco, so they could have money regardless. So it's not bad there in terms of keeping this money very weak for Big Lan. Two rounds remaining in this half. ESC have confirmed they've now at least won this half. But we could see that 9-3 scoreline that, to be honest, I kind of feared for Big if they end up losing this round because they won't have a lot in the tank for the final.
Can walk here towards outside. The smokes have faded and it's forced him back. The shots there from ZywOo just enough to keep him at bay. Or in lobby.
Process does get one on the same. He's trapped in front of this Molotov. It's the easy kill for Rico to get. And P9 of JDC does fall. And now the bomb site starts to get swarmed upon. tabseN finds one, but it is just the lone kill. Very quick here as Crimbo is being held by bashby and peeking into the angle. bashby comes out on top, hyped. In a 1 versus 3, ESC on track to find 8. The flashbang thrown and bashby perfect swing with it. Hype's not able to turn back in time. And you can see that with the loss bonus still being okay. I mean, Big, it's not as bad as it could be, but it's still pretty bleak.
Obviously for Big, only 3 rounds found. CT side, it looked as though they had a chance when it was that kind of 6-3. I thought, okay, well, maybe they can level up the half. Maybe they can get themselves a bit more success. But ESC, again, as we said in this previous matchup, it was that 9-3. 9 found from ESC on Nuke in their previous game. They could find that again quite comfortably.
Yeah, jumping into a bit of a tech pause once again. Obviously, we had quite a hefty one here in this series initially, so fingers crossed it's not going to be quite as delayed. But yeah, like you said, it does feel like we could be seeing that 9-3 for ESC once again. And that's the issue. You look at the first round, that big one, they won that second round force by... But as they lose against ESC's force, that could be a really good opportunity for Big to be the ones to lead sort of 3-1 at the start. And then we finally see them win another round after what was that 6-1. They made it 6-2, 6-3, and then they're up against the Tech 9s, they're up against the P250, Mac 10, and that's when they fall short. It's just Big need to sort of stop falling short of these half buys, these freebies, it feels like. Because if they are able to come out on top of those, do I think it's going to necessarily be a great half of Big? Probably not. But it could at least be, at worst case scenario, maybe a 7-5. You could make it that 6-6, like you said. And it gives you room to play with. But what we're seeing here, already 8 rounds on the T side, is a scary prospect to be facing. With the possibility of 9. I think this is, again, where Big, similar to the last time these two played, you're probably already setting your sights ahead towards map 2.
Obviously, as you mentioned before, yes, there's been kind of a reshuffle with the map selections, but it's still got Mirage featuring in this veto. And obviously, if Nuke shows a similar performance to yesterday, if we see a similar scoreline, we could see the same on Mirage. Whether we'll even get to Mirage, though, that's the question.
There's a 1-for-1 early. Hyped has been tagged down. 10 points of health. Moonwalk finds one. It's the low speed Hype. If he can get one before going down, this wouldn't be too bad considering how weak he is. Process here as well has been found, and Hype's an easy kill. Process needed to stand tall there.
Yeah, I actually thought Process were going to swing off all the contact that Hype made. Nice find from Crimbo, who will get one, but player on the back of the bomb site.
Well, there's that 9-3. And it is going to be ESC looking like they're going to have a bit of an easy time here on Nuke again.
That was such a tough one there from Hype. Well, that's a round that he's kind of replaying in his mind. Imagine if I got 3 or 4 on there, or, you know, maybe just the 2. You could have had a very different result, but what a half from ESC.
And that's the thing for Big, isn't it? I think that's the thing that probably a lot of fans are annoyed about, because it's not exactly like Big are just playing abysmal Counter-Strike start to finish. That's not what Big are doing. They do have nice moments, but it's just they can't seem to actually ever get these nice moments in continuous rounds. It's, oh, they got a nice glimpse here, a nice glimpse there. You even look at the round that Basmi was in the one before, where he ended up finding a couple of kills with the Mac 10. That's a very dominant A-side defense there. Just completely locked ESC out of that round, but just didn't see anything that strong again throughout the rest of the half. Play here from Big towards A. We've got Zeus on C. Will find the first. You see quite a fair amount of them on Nuke, to be fair, and it's the exact same play. And it's a dominant one. Zeus sadly not reloaded for Sammy. Crimbo in a difficult clutch here. And we'll get found. Yeah, I think the first time I saw it, I remember Rops was playing it there towards Hut. And you've seen a few players do the same thing now. Just you can get that quick kill, not even needing to aim for the head, and just try to sort of spiral it from there, and works out exactly as intended.
I've seen it once towards half all on Banana. But I haven't seen... honestly, personally, I haven't seen it on Nuke. I was waiting for it to go wrong as well. You know what?
I mean, honestly, I think it's brave that Big are going for the eco here. I mean, do I think there's necessarily a good solution going for the force or the eco when you're 10-3 down? Not really, but I do kind of respect that they are looking to play for the weapon round. It's not going to give them a lot of leeway, is it? Really, in terms of the amount of rounds that they have to play with in this game, but you certainly don't hate the idea. Process will find one with this P250. A lot more players left to find, and the 1 kill would be all he's able to get here as ESC extend to 11.
Big, trailing by 8. I don't feel like they're in a great spot. I think they just need to accept that Nuke is over.
And I mean, this is where the pressure's going to be on Dust too. We obviously saw Mirage last time as Big's map pick. They've opted for Dust on this occasion. I think they needed to have some sort of change up from the last time. We'll see if Dust fares any better than Nuke. But yeah, it definitely does feel like things are getting wrapped up. This is obviously a must-win round for Big. Not only is this the only weapon round you could potentially be playing with here on this T side, potentially map point for ESC. Nice and early here. I mean, obviously, the delays have made this this map a little bit longer, but it's been, in general, the actual Counter-Strike we've seen played, it's been very quick. Olymp finds his second, and the first T round, Fred, it's fallen very flat.
Yeah, first full buy versus full buy. Maybe not gone how Big expected. What do you really do here if you're Big? How do you try and get a positive spin on this map? How can you move to Dust and go, well, actually, Nuke wasn't that bad. I just don't see any way you can look at this game of Nuke with any positives. I feel like there's going to be a tough conversation between the analyst, the coach, the in-game leader when they're looking back at this game. They're kind of just trying to figure out how to not offend the big players as much as they probably will, because honestly, ESC, we're going to be looking at a 13-3, or we at least should be.
That's where things definitely are looking. Olymp's getting aggressive again. We'll spot out one. Doesn't get traded. Processes nearby. Bajmi peeks on out. Will lose his gunfight to JDC. But gets a little bit closer. Moonwalk, is he going to be ready? Or Process sneaking below him? He might not be. Samey certainly is.
1 versus 1. Hyped on 1 HP. And there it is. 13-3. A clutch there for Samey. Samey's had a good game. 16 and 12. Raiko as well with 15. Olymp 14. A great performance there, obviously. 13-3. You look at the kills. Tabson with 12. JDC with 11. Process with 11. The kills aren't, like, that far apart. But obviously, the rounds ridiculously far. 13-3. And now, Big, they're going to be moving to this second map of Dust 2 with literally no positives. I don't know how you're ever going to think there's going to be much going your way. What do they do now? What's the plan?
I mean, this is the one thing, isn't it? I think both of us came into this. I think a lot of fans at home came into this one when we saw the vetoes, knowing that Nuke was going to be on the board, that this could be a swift first map going the way of ESC. We saw it last time. Big did find 7 there, even less on this occasion. Most of the rounds actually came from winning that second half pistol on the last occasion. So as soon as that goes against them, it felt like an easy cleanup for ESC to get. But one thing that is for sure is Big are on a team with a lot of experience behind them. Whether that is going to be in the coaching department, whether that is going to be with someone like Tabson. Sure, there's a few younger players around them, but this has been a team that, at the end of the day, they have seen this before. This isn't going to be a first time they've been blown out of a first map in this series. It's always going to be, how can you bounce back? How can you respond? They've changed the map pool from Mirage. They've changed it to Dust 2. Maybe it will give them a little bit more to work with. On paper, though, Fred, Mirage and Dust are both pretty decent for Big and pretty decent for ESC. So it doesn't, for me at least, it doesn't make a difference in terms of what order we're going to see these maps played in. I'm just hoping that Big can respond, because it's about as disappointing as you can start off this round of 16 as you could have asked.
Yeah, obviously we've got the change of order, but we might not even see Mirage, as Dust 2 could be taken by ESC. We know it's the pick of Big, and they're going to have some real change in kind of application of how they want to play Dust 2. Obviously, we're going to be heading into Dust 2 in about 10-15 minutes' time. Beforehand, Charlie, we're going to be jumping to a break. Going to be heading into the second map of this series. Obviously, it's the pick of Big. It is Dust 2. But Charlie, what are we thinking heading into this one?
Yeah, a little bit worried for Big. I was hoping that the last time we saw these two play in that head-to-head matchup, it was not necessarily a one-off for ESC, because we know that these games haven't been one-offs for them, but I was hoping it'd be a bit more competitive. That's sort of what I asked for at the very least. It was a bit of a blowout. Second map, last time these two played, was Mirage. We've got a bit of a change up here with it being Dust. Big selecting this over that Mirage. We do need to see them step up. It's as simple as that, really. They can't let a repeat of map number 1 happen, otherwise this could just be smooth sailings to ESC, making their way into that quarterfinal, that second final quarterfinal spot up for grabs.
Obviously, for ESC, they've done really well in previous events and in other assets and facets of, online Counter-Strike. And I think what they've proven against Big yesterday and what they've shown already today certainly has been persuasive enough to find this map and to close out the series.
tabseN has spawned quite a few out here towards middle. We'll just drop that smoke grenade. Could start to get overwhelmed if Moonwalk goes for the peak. tabseN takes the fight onto him. Moonwalk does get bested. tabseN now can push up towards short. All the ESC players right now locked in towards CT. This cross is going to be difficult. There's so many players here. Will get thrown across. tabseN able to retrieve that, but it's a disadvantage post plant here for Big now.
Ooh.
Oh, what?
He finds him jumping. Olymp, what? He gets a third. Hyped 1v4. Taken down by Ryko. Pistol round going the way of ESC.
I mean, it's not necessarily as impressive as the Kukli jump in one tap, but still being low HP, the body shot connects, and that's all that's needed. What a round there from Olymp. And this is what I mean, even there's not necessarily the weakness that many teams have of, or at least the in-game leaders not putting out big numbers. Olymp certainly proving that. The pistol round going the way of ESC. That is them winning all 3 pistols here in the series. Obviously, first half and second round of Nuke, we did see Big bounce back with a force buy. They are going for the investment here. Decent little buy here, to be fair. 3 Galils, Mac 10, and a Desert Eagle for the second round force. Certainly not too shabby.
Obviously here, Big, they've opted for the investment.
JDC looking for something towards short. Rico will just throw that Molotov to keep him at bay. Smoke thrown as well, perfectly timed, just as Big throw the Molotov as their own. Going to be held back and not comfortable pushing through this smoke just yet. We'll look out towards middle instead. tabseN flashed out and naded the smoke from the CTs, nothing spotted.
Smoke here into CT, but the boost is good. Moonwalk will get 1. He stays on top of the boost. Bit of a risk there, I can't lie. Samey gets 1 though from CT. The positioning of Olymp, Bashmi as well. And now it's Process, 1 versus 4. Bombs dropped, and he can't even find 1. Big. They go for the force, but it does not pan out for them.
Yeah, nice initial find after Moonwalk gets the first 4-on-4 there. You start to believe, but just too many bodies. 3 players still glued towards that middle position, and Big just can't find any successes. It's going to have to be the Eco. It's going to have to be ESC finding their third. And seemingly the momentum's still with them as they move here onto map number 2. No signs of slowing down. And that's been one thing that I've found so impressive about ESC. Just their sort of ruthlessness. Never let any team have a moment to breathe.
It really feels like when you're playing against them, you've got that kind of suffocation. There's very little you can do. You're feeling as though you're getting swarmed in every moment. And tabseN under the pressure of the HE grenades in middle. Process found by Ryko. And this is exactly what I'm on about. This is a half by which you'd assume Big would be the one setting the tempo, looking to get aggressive, maybe trying to kind of prod and poke with the Deagles. But ESC, they're the ones that are up in their face. They're the ones that are looking to fight. And the kills are coming for it.
All on hype down Crimbo. Head has been spotted, but Hype just can't seem to connect this bullet. It looks spot on each of them, but not being found. Crimbo with the DU also gets a 180 by Moonwalk there. That 3-0 start does come through, as we expected. Probably didn't necessarily expect it to be as clean as it was. The Force by only finding 1 kill. Just the swap upgraded pistols finding nothing. So money's looking really healthy here for ESC nice and early. Got good weapons as well. Only 1 weaker SMG. But apart from that, got rifles all across the board and tons of cash to play with as well. I'm gonna have to wait a little bit longer to bring out the AWP. Just sitting on the rifle for now. I'm obviously on map number 1. Not an easy game for him, not an easy game for really anyone on Big. But I think he could be a real difference maker here on Dust 2. In quite an AWP-centric map. Him versus Samey, he's always got the exciting prospect about it. Certainly Form's favoured Samey as of recently.
Yeah,
Definitely doesn't mean Hype can't have those games.
Obviously, in one of the more recent games that I saw from Hype, it was here on Dust. It's quite a while ago. I haven't actually seen Hype in quite some time. I actually want to say since he was back on Alternate Attacks. But in that game, I want to say he dropped about 30 kills. They still lost. Great double from Crimbo. He finds 3. The trading's very poor there from ESC. And I love the reposition here. Big, it's their first full buy versus full buy. AK's in play. And Crimbo's triple. That is exceptional.
Yeah, it's a good idea there from ESC. It's just spacing's a bit off between the first and second. In fact, all of them really. And it just gives that brief sort of half a second for Crimbo just to reset his aim. Makes it look nice and easy. And ESC will lose the first weapon round, but obviously, like we've already highlighted, money's in a really good spot for them. Easy AWP pick out for Samey. First AWP that we're going to see of this map from either team. Rifles than everyone else, and you still got a little bit of money on certain plays as well. Tactical pause for Big, as they're aware that we're still up against the bite. Likely going to be up against that AWP as well, so let's see if we can press the attack here.
Obviously, Big, if they want to continue their charge, if they want that chance for quarterfinals, they are going to have to take Dust.
No early aggression towards really anywhere from Big, bar tunnels. JDC's just taking the space in lower. Clearing their south for now. Process just making sure the CTs aren't getting too aggressive towards long, as Joel can actually be taken pretty swiftly here. You're still throwing up to take this, ESC. That time also have a huge amount of control as mid started to be taken. Tabson forced forward. He's alone with the bomb. Very deep here towards B though, but the smoke indoors will keep him safe.
Absent. Patiently waiting here. Wanting to activate this 2 from tunnels though. If Crimbo goes down, this round gets pretty difficult.
Crimbo will find one before being found by Olymp.
Ooh. We're heading into CT. At least potentially heading there, but the resmoke should indicate other things.
Olymp's dodged the first. No one's coming out of door. Olymp's in a really good angle. He finds the first. The bomb carrier does not go down. The lack of ammo, but Samey's in a 1 versus 2. Finds the first. Drops the Molotov. Forces Tabson back. Fast through the door is Samey, but Tabson quick headshot there. Or Big will deny. You think if Olymp had a few more bullets in the mag, that could have been the difference maker there for ESC.
But Big, they double down. Money in a precarious spot for ESC. They're going to be investing.
You can see Tabson there on the cams just hyping up the team. I think it's one thing that Big feel like they just lacked a lot of in the last few months. Just this confidence, this belief. Tabson doing his best to install it in his team here. It's a competitive start to Dust. Obviously, it is this full investment from the CT side. Sammy on a scout. It's not a great buy, but ESC think they can try to capitalize on that 1v1 in the last big. Not necessarily the most money in the reserve. Maybe ESC can see if they can pounce on that at all. So they are attempting this. So much space taken. Big are trapped here towards long. 3 players behind. Moonwalk's got quite aggressive. I'm not sure there's a flashbang or anything, so Moonwalk will just take that fight. Trade does come through. That means an easy find.
Ryko is here ready as well. Surely Big don't assume there's a third. Oh, they are very sure of it.
Ryko will really know why it's very dangerous.
Yeah, I don't really know why he goes through that. Olymp, he spotted out all 3. Amy on the scout. Doesn't connect. Doesn't do enough to get the kill. Big, is that 3-3, and they will take the lead now, in fact.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I love that from ESC. They're 3 players behind long very quick. Big were trapped into that position nice and early. But I kind of do think ESC might have had a better chance if they just wait for Big to start to aggress onto the A bomb site. And as soon as that contact's made, there's probably only going to be 1 T holding it. And if they overwhelm them, you've got Big in a really rough spot when they've got no cover, just sort of all exposed out towards long. I think maybe they could have found a bit more there. Like, flicked away so it doesn't get the kill onto Ryko. Long has been taken though. And Scrimbo finds the opening kill out towards middle. Grimbo's had some really crucial kills here. Moonwalk, Steagle towards Goose. Cannot get into safety, and he does get found. In case being retrieved on Olymp.
With this just being the half buy, expectations aren't much. Olymp would love to save this AK though. Saying that. It's searching a little bit. Oh, Bashmi will get one before traded by Tabson.
And weapons now back in play for ESC. That 3-0 start that they had has quickly disappeared, and Big, being the team's indeed in the lead now, can look to see if they can mount a little bit more on this map. Obviously, from what we've seen from both Big and ESC, been interesting. Both teams actually favouring the CT side. A lot of teams like the T side on this map, where they can set the tempo. I think this is a good map choice for Big, to be fair. They're on a 4-map win streak. Some pretty solid wins on it. Played against Venom a couple of days on this map. Won it pretty dominantly, 13-3. Even a little bit beforehand, taking down TNO and Ecstatic, 13-7, 13-6. So I actually am quite a big fan that Big opted for Dust over Mirage.
Look at the teams they've won and lost against, right? They've got some decent victories. You know, look back to July, they bested Heroic 13-6. Obviously, you mentioned the kind of TNO Ecstatic. Their losses are 13-11 to 9, 13-10 to Partisan, then they lost to Fury and BetBoom. These are all very impressive teams. These aren't kind of, you know, these aren't upsets, are they?
No, definitely not. And you can certainly look at it and say, you can't really blame Big for sort of losing some of those. And I think particularly off of what we saw just the other day on Big's Mirage, where ESC feel like the way they play was perfectly just responding to everything Big were doing. I do think just the change of maps and the flipping of it is a good idea. But obviously, we are still going to have Mirage if we do get to that third. Rico finds one, is able to double up. Pressure's going to be here towards B now, but there's 2 defenders. Olymp finds the first, second player. Can't get the trade. Still got Bajmi here as well. Might not even be needed.
Ooh.
Olymp finally is found by Hyped. Nice shot, but it's a 1v5 turned 1v4, and just will try to back away with this all. ESC do settle themselves and deny Big keeping this streak going. And I don't think Hype's going to be able to live this one. Luckily for him, won't be taken down after time. Money's reasonably good for Big anyway. Wouldn't have made a huge difference, but No weapons saved. Everyone needs to fully reinvest, and ESC keep this game close.
Obviously, for Big, not only did they have the lead, it felt like their T side was looking pretty promising, right? It felt like they had finally just got the full buys out. They were looking pretty consistent.
Oh, look at all the spacing from ESC though towards tunnels. Crimbo could spot before Olymp gets too far. Olymp comes out on top though. This is all the space towards B now. JDC might look to capitalise towards lower tunnels. Does spot out Samey. We'll take him down. So it's back to a 4-on-4. Olymp is just going to drop this smoke now to block Big out of this portion of the map. So sort of it is forcing the T's over here towards A.
Util's going to be sent here though. Moonwalk. Oh, what a nade. Moonwalk. Done so much damage to Hype. Obviously taking down Tabs and Flashbang coming through. JDC gets one. Eking here is Hype. Process from Long. Another HE grenade landing. Hyped with the bomb. 50 seconds on the clock. Bajmi. We need to deal with Process towards Long. Oh, smoke landing now. Olymp going to elevate. Bajmi on the edge of the smoke. Olymp missed shots and Hyped can capitalize. So Big, they take the lead again. 5-4.
Yeah, huge timing and huge play from Process there. Was the difference maker. If Hyped goes down sort of near enough at any point in that round, which he certainly could have, but Process will take down the player who could have found him. That would have been the bomb drop towards short. It would have been a really difficult recovery for Process. We've taken a lot of time as well as pushing towards where the CTs are. I managed to find, we are seeing the boost here with the AWP. Players peeking in middle, not a clean shot as JDC is blocking the vision of Hype, but a 1-for-1 trade will come through. This is favouring Big now as JDC didn't go down for nothing. He was able to catch one before falling.
Olymp. So low. I think the only reason he got tagged there is because obviously Hype connected the shot through the kind of the lamppost. He stayed still, he probably would have got that kill, but Olymp, even while low, he does take down Crimbo, so it's a 3 versus 3. Space being taken from Moonwalk here. Obviously, the T's were just in middle. They were in middle mere moments ago. Surely they're not going to expect Moonwalk here, but he has to activate. He has to go now. He cannot slow up. Flashbang coming through, all to take contact, and now we do still have this flank. Moonwalk activating. Process, oh, Moonwalk. He's done so much damage. I think that's where maybe after the flash comes through, instead of fully fighting, you look to play it a little bit differently.
Well, he could take down Process here. He's throwing out, Olymp will back away. We'll just delay the bomb. Olymp will actually rotate around towards Long, but Process, he's already cleared out all of this space. There is going to be a decent idea of it, so Tabson's watching towards this angle.
Olymp. He's even going to check for him. Never going to realise. How has he not spotted him? Well, Tabson swings with the flash. Does fine. Big secure 6.
Yeah, good round from Process again there. Crucial kill to get onto Moonwalk. You see, he does get brought down to 1 HP, but he comes out on top. Gives Big just that slight advantage, and they are putting up some decent numbers here on this T side now. Already confirmed it is going to be an even enough half, and ESC going for the full investment again. Not quite sure this is the right play. Obviously, you're missing pretty much every bit of user you could ask for. Just 3 pieces remaining after 10 seconds.
I don't like the idea of this. I think a bit unnecessary. Moonwalk has kept a little bit in the bank. Process has taken so much space already. On the A-bomb side after 20 seconds. Off guard here is Process though. The molly's landing. Force Bajmi out from Gandalf. Bajmi does a lot of damage to JDC though. Climbing on the nade. Tabson will find though. JDC, although he's low, trying to just keep himself alive for as long as possible. Crimbo will find Samey on that flank.
Rico continues to dance around the smoke. Another molly towards Gandalf. Rico exposed. The flashbangs are great. Does get found. A Big. It's going to be an easy 7th. Yeah, really not sure about the investment. I think it's a great call from Big to hit towards long that quickly because they've got so much util to block the players off towards short. And you can just see the amount of mollies, flashes, nades that rain down, and ESC can never really get a foothold back into that A-bomb site. An easy 7th there is ESC. It's the final round of the half, and again, I mean, considering they've had a lot of situations where they could have just taken the eco or a half buy and gone for an investment in the next, it's probably sort of their third or fourth, not great full buy that they are going to have here. But Big have the opportunity for 8. Oh, the aggression towards tunnels again. We've seen it on multiple rounds. A limp through the flames, but no one else seems to want to join him, so it's an easy one for Crimbo to find, and the rest of the team nowhere near. Technically, the double from Samey is good, but Hype finding impact with this up so much action across the map.
He has killed a teammate in this one. Steps have been heard from Crimbo, and this is why Hype might be backing away.
Here's the ball in tunnels. Rico's got this kill dead to rights. He's not even going to have the weapon out.
He wants both. He wants to be in a position where he can find both, but Ryko will. What a clutch there. ESC, they find a 5th solely because of Ryko's discipline.
Dug his team out of a pretty awkward situation there, but like you said, it's all off the back of an individual there. Chaos around the map. And ESC do salvage 5. Interesting whether this is going to be enough. I mean, both teams on this map are pretty good at both sides. I mean, both teams have been favouring the CT side when we've been watching them. Obviously, form for both teams have been pretty good in sort of the last few weeks on this map. It's the same story for ESC. They've won 4 out of their last 5 games. The only loss that they've had was a 16-14 defeat to Foot, but you don't get much closer than that. I think certainly this one's definitely not all said and done. Big, a good recovery after being 3-0 down, but we need to see if they can keep it up. If they lose this pistol, this will be 4 out of 4 pistols going the way of ESC, and things feel like they are going to be leading that way. ESC, Fred, could win all the pistols here in this series, and when you're a team like Big, who've been absolutely blown out the water on Nuke, you do sort of just need a bit of a helping hand at times.
Unfortunate there for Hyped. One of those kind of too many targets, not enough time.
Shots just not connecting for Process. 4 survivors there from ESC, despite Bajmi being the first to fall in the round. Being flawless after that. It's a good way for the Polish side to bring themselves instantly back into the fold here. It's like DC from Crimbo, back in the server now, so it shouldn't be too long for this tag pause. The question that I'm going to be thinking as we're waiting for this one is, do Big opt to go for the investment? The fact that Crimbo's bought out a scout certainly does give off that idea.
I don't know why you would go for this. I think for Big, obviously you go for this force buy. It goes against you. That's 7. That's 8 for ESC. They claim a lot of that kind of lost ground. Obviously Big, they are on their preferred side now. And obviously this is the weaker side for ESC. So I think Big is still in a decent spot. And that's why I am so kind of unknown as to why they're forcing.
Clearly confident enough to attempt it in Crimbo. That's a hell of a find on the Bajmi. Some decent damage has been dealt here to Ryko, to Moonwalk. So Force Buy is certainly not looking too bad as things are standing. But let's fire off towards Tapson's position. Has spotted out Moonwalk before the smoke lands, so it's an easy spam for Tapson, just knowing the timing.
I mean, for Hype as well, swinging on the edge of the smoke. Hype gets 2. It's only been a 1 versus 5. Look, I question the idea of the Force. I've not seen one better than that, ever. No casualties. So clinical, so simple. ESC, outmatched at every altercation, at every turn.
Yeah, I mean, it starts off with Crimbo finding the kill through the door onto Bajmi. And then damage dealt from a bit of a look towards long early is good. And ESC, I think they make the right play to hit towards long, but Moonwalk going just too early allows Tapson to get a freebie. And then from there, there's just so many fights So many fights being taken through the smokes. Players overlooking people on the bomb site. Just sort of crumbles from there. So Big, rather than giving up the lead, they're going to be the ones to extend their lead even more so. It's a force buy for all the T side, but just the Deagles in play, already losing a man.
I think we could be going 3 here. Oh, Raiko though with the Deeg shot. That was under the impression that Big win this one. We could have seen a 10-6 scoreline if Big take this, but
I mean, look where the bomb is. The bomb site's been taken, but
it's all a bait. I love this. I'm all for this. CT's going to be so confused, especially with Raiko finding one. He spotted out another. How long is it going to take them to realise? Oh, well, quite some time, because we've still got players in long. Finally, they put 2 and 2 together here. And Raiko, he's just going to be a nuisance. If he drops into CT, this could be perfectly timed. Looking to hurry and then looking to fight. If they can find this pick, if they can take down Stamy, JDC's got to defuse. Process will find Raiko. Deeg shots connecting though for Moonwalk, and he's able to get out of the way or any potential sideline for Process, but he's 2 HP. He's not happy for the fight. ESC victorious.
Raiko does so much. Insane round, yeah, from Raiko there. Everything you need to do. Look, I'll be honest, I wasn't actually a huge fan of that round whatsoever, because it does feel like Big could just realise, okay, there's 3 players here towards A. They can get the bomb down on B, but it feels like there's going to be nothing more that can be done there. But it's the amount of success that Raiko found. He finds 2 more kills, just keeps the attention. We've got Process towards along, and that rotation towards B is a long time anyway. And you've got the 2 players in mid who do quickly try to swarm onto Sammy, but that's where Raiko again drops down, finds Crimbo. Does eventually go down, but he does enough for his team to be able to secure it, even just with the Deagles. The game remaining very competitive here. Neither team can really extend their lead. Really more than 2. ADC in tunnels. Will clear out Raiko's position. Does find that frag as Ajmi again goes down very early into this round.
Oh, great find from Sammy though. JDC. Oh, JDC should have been found there. Olim had an opportunity. Tabson is aggressing here towards top mid. Not Tabson. Process, sorry. Great shot from Hype. Process has been taken down though. They're aware that JDC was towards lower tunnels. They've just spotted Hype on the bomb site. And that's why we're seeing this reposition out of ESC. But Hype's going to be taking space here towards top tunnels. Huge risk to do with the scout, but won't meet any contact, so he can drop that scout for a rifle if he chooses to.
Obviously, it is unarmored. It's all going to be depend on timing, and Moonwalk does look towards the low tunnels. This is the cool. Let's head towards B now. Found someone who's just taken all this space. Chances are JDC's not still hanging around. Empty bomb side to push into JDC. Probably was spotted on the cross there.
He's definitely going to give this one a go, though. There's no downside. JDC in the clutch. Not going to be easy, though. The setup's brilliant. Olim dealt with, though, and oh, Moonwalk doesn't swing. He's not ready for that. JDC. All 10-second stick. Oh, what a crazy decision. What a ridiculous decision. Steps her. JDC wins it. He wins the 1 versus 2. And look, little moments like that. JDC not only amplifying, but showing how much of a quality player. And Charlie, you know it all too well. The laughs, the smiles, the happy faces on any team. That's when I'd be worried. That's when I'd be scared. Because the second we're seeing laughs and maybe a bit too much fun, that's when you've got to be worried, because JDC is going to be feeling like the most confident man in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually really unlucky there for Moonwalk, because he's assuming JDC has a kit. Why else would you go for the defuse there? And if he does just stay shifting, JDC goes down. Without a doubt, JDC is taken down there. But Moonwalk just makes the steps, allows JDC to hear it, and he's able to flick up in time to find the kill. Forced by wars continuing between these 2 teams, and I'll be honest, the smile to me felt a bit more like relief. Wow, okay, we're still alive here. We're stopping ESC from forcing us onto an eco and reclaiming the lead that they had early doors in this map. But I mean, what a competitive start to the second half this one's been, as things are so hotly contested between these 2 sides. But obviously, if ESC aren't successful on this force buy, that's where we can see quite the lead being taken from Big. Could find themselves 11 before we see another buy from the T's. Oh, speed from a limp here, out towards middle. Absent is waiting for this in CT, just jump spotting. Easy kill onto Olymp. Perfect nade onto Raiko as well. You want to see a bit more from Bajmi. And he does deliver a kill. He's been the first F most of the time for either team here. Can be planted.
Waiting behind the smoke here is JDC. Very split here a big. I think this is a bit of an unnecessary one, but let's see how it goes. Contact taken here. JDC gonna flash himself in. Protoss finds Moonwalk and they're aware of Raiko's positioning. Raiko has had good clutch moments, but not in this one.
Yeah, it's an easy round for Big, and it's going to be their double digits here. And like I fear for ESC, this is going to be the 11th found for Big, unless we see any crazy force buy, which I think essentially will probably just concede the map up if you do go for anything of the sort. Pistols are being invested, but nothing going to be more than that. It's all going to come down for what ESC can do in the next few weapon rounds.
Is he hyped? I mentioned how in the last game of Dust 2 I saw from him, it was very consistent. I've actually been more impressed with him on the scout than actually the AWP has had the scout for a vast majority. Bashmi, he's already applying pressure from middle, but Crimbo's double. Could find a third, but just the USP. Sammy will find 2 versus 3 still, though.
That's actually an unfortunate nade there. Wouldn't actually make a difference as Olymp will still P, but unarmored. Felt like that nade could have done some decent damage. Sammy 1 versus 3, caught off by Process. And Big do find 11, but there is a bomb plant that comes down.
The thing is, I think ESC, I don't think they really care about bomb plants or not. I know it means they're going to be getting future full buys, but I feel like ESC, they need to start getting rounds. I think the idea was that they were going to 2-0. I think that was the general consensus, feeling that their nuke was one heck of a performance. 13-3, remember, Charlie? Yeah, Big have looked much better. They've been much more cohesive, and that's been the real key factor. It seems like the trading for Big's what's really helped them out in every single notion, every idea. Not only are we seeing multi-frags, you look at it from Crimbo here, but you've got players ready and waiting it in all kind of avenues.
JDC could be actually looking for something here towards tunnels, but looks like he is just going to remain in middle. Even do some decent work towards tunnels beforehand. There are 2 players or the T side making their way down. Obviously, this could pretty much be do or die here for the T's. If they're not successful, this will be... I've done JDC exposed in middle, but the flashbang's too good. It blocks off vision. I said what he can do in tunnels. Triple kill. What a performance. What a round. Exactly the hero that Big needed. Finally does get put to rest, but Tapson's got the trade onto Bajmi. And another 1 versus 3 from Sammy. Again, good decision from Big.
Yeah, it's just the kind of perfect amplification of what I said in that last round. It's the fact that we're seeing multi-frags from Big, and even when players get taken down, someone ready to trade. 12 now found, 5 opportunities to close out this map, and obviously push to that third and final of Mirage. Obviously pointed out, we've had a reconfigure of the order of these maps. Whether we'll still see victory, though, for ESC on Mirage now needs to be put into question, because the individuals, they haven't been the same as Sammy. Okay, that's a cheeky way to take down the heavy hitter here for Big. Crosshair placement. Perfect there from Tabson.
I mean, low tunnels has been way too easy for Big just to command. You see so many teams dropping mollies in there, dropping out a flash as well, just to force play it. if they're aggressive into it in a really tough spot, but we just haven't seen anything of the sort from ESC, and it's just allowed Big to have sort of free range of this portion.
Ooh,
Absence fumbling, trying to retrieve a weapon here.
He's giving up his
is
position.
aware, but it's a really dodgy angle to try to swing, and that's why Hyped finds with the ult.
We're going to try and snowball here onto the B-bomb side. That is where Crimbo does reside. Nice flashbang, caught off guard. A little solo play from Moonwalk. He might go retrieving that AWP, in fact. It's been chipped away at. If you're Big, do you even go for this? The money's not great. But again, you've got 5 opportunities. You could close it out here and now, and we've seen what Big are like in the clutch. I feel like they've by far been the better side here in these clutch moments. There's an HE grenade as well on Process.
Yeah, it's not a bad amount of util, so I wouldn't mind it, but Hype doesn't seem interested himself. Although the bullets will find one, although Process does bring it down to essentially a 1v2 from the 1v3 himself, he will eventually back away.
Looking for Sammy. Oh, we'll be able to find him as well. Money's not great for ESC either. The fact they're just going to have the one survivor makes things really difficult here. Oh, and Bajmi, he does go down because it wasn't planted. I think they've obviously increased the bomb radius on Dust, something that I think a lot of teams and a lot of players have forgotten about. Obviously, you've been able to save towards Car, even when the bomb's planted on B for decades. Well, not decades, but for quite some time, let's say.
It is an important round for ESC, of course. Moonwalk, a big performance in that one. Like you highlighted, money's not great for the T, so the buy's not perfect. It's going to be a big fight here in long. Samey's already through the smoke, but the CTs have found kills. Samey goes down, and it's the long play that ends it all. Moonwalk gets 2 back in response, so maybe there's more fight left in ESC yet. Moonwalk, you asked for the individuals to step up for ESC. We had a long time where Olympus top of the scoreboard, which isn't necessarily a concern like many other teams, but it is when you look at Bajmi 9 and 16. Samey's not had a great game. Rico's had some nice moments, but they've been glimpses. Feels like Moonwalk really is doing his absolute best here to win this one, but does get found.
Yeah, the issue is as well is with finding Moonwalk in T-spawn, you're never going to be having him just be alone. Obviously, the only way ESC can find this round is, I think, a shoulder-to-shoulder approach. So they're going to realize that Olymp's probably here as well. If he goes for the peak, we'll find JDC, but so much damage taken. There's an HE on Crimbo. There's a Molly as well, and he's caught off guard. Big. They take Dust. ESC, no 2-0 for them. If they want this series, they're going to have to do it on Mirage. Obviously, we've mentioned that in that previous fixture, ESC did best and pretty dominantly on Mirage, but I think we'll see something very different when we head there.
Yeah, big turnaround from Big. Plenty of huge moments. Crimbo was really key in terms of opening kills. Actually finished negative in that game, which I felt was a little bit harsh for the sort of weight and the performance that he had. JDC, of course, so much work down on so many situations, mainly towards lower tunnels on that CT side is what impressed me the most. I thought he looked really sharp there, really clinical, and I even highlighted it, and I feel like ESC should have been more aware to try to shut it down, but just could not seemingly do so, and it does prove right that the CT side for both of these teams were the better of the side. It felt pretty smooth sailings as soon as Big moved on to that defense, and I'll be honest, it never really felt like ESC were going to be able to bring themselves back into that one there.
Yeah, I feel like we should have maybe even seen an 8-4 first half performance from Big. I think they were the better team on Dust, but obviously there was moments, as you mentioned, towards lower tunnels and kind of all across the map where JDC, it was feeling a little bit like a DM. He was kind of just taking fights, going for swings. Trading was so poor. We saw far too much success from JDC, not only towards lower tunnels, but in the multi-frag department. And that's something, if ESC want victory on Mirage, are going to have to silence. But obviously, mentioning Mirage, it is the decider between these two, and it's going to be kicking off in about 10 minutes' time. But beforehand, Charlie, we are going to be jumping to a break. Welcome back, everyone. Going to be heading into the action of our final map of the series. It is Mirage. Obviously, we've seen this matchup before, and it was very dominant from ESC. But Big, they found victory on Dust, and I think they've got the win beneath their sails, Charlie, because they were playing really nicely on Dust too, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, look really sharp there. That's what we need to see from Big. Look, they've had a fair few maps recently, but they have looked pretty positive. But yeah, it's just been ESC in general. Normally feel like they do roll over teams, and we've seen Big being rolled over by ESC. So I was sort of paranoid a little bit that it was going to be a bit of a blowout. I said at the start of this game, I hope it's going to be a competitive one at the very least. Big have bought that on Dust too. We did have some close moments, but like we already sort of touched on at the end of Dust, it did always feel like Big were the ones leading. It did always feel like ESC were trailing. Considering when you had that 3-0 start as well, it's a good game for Big.
Yeah, obviously, we got to say, we've seen a lot, obviously, so far from JDC. His Dust 2 performance was excellent. I actually was quite impressed with Tabson as well. Hyped, obviously, many more kills than Tabson. I think the swing percentage and kind of the rating and everything, Tabson had a key game. And it has been kind of JDC and Tabson as the top two so far today. I've been very impressed with Raiko, very impressed with Sammy, but we've got a real game on our hands, don't we? Because obviously, from what we've seen from both these teams in the past, Mirage has been pretty similar regarding win rate. I feel like it's just a question of whether ESC, are they going to be feeling the pressure of it after losing Dust? And I think obviously pressure is something that will come into play because there has been a fair few delays, there's been some tech issues, there's been some back and forth, but I feel like Big, the performance on Dust 2, it seemed as though Nuke was just a bit of a blip. It seemed like the synergy just was a bit off. Individuals weren't there. But Dust 2 was very, very different. And now, obviously, with quarterfinals on the line, and I believe it is Patera waiting for the result of this one, I'm interested to see how this final map goes, because I think it really could go either way, couldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope so, really. We obviously did get to see the last time these two played, said it multiple times here. ESC did have a very dominant game on Mirage. But that being said, when they did play, we had a lot of players stepping up, and Dust, a couple of names a little bit quiet. Basmi, I felt like we have to highlight. He was the first death on so many occasions for ESC. I felt like we saw a lot of rounds where they were playing at 4v5 instantly, as Basmi got taken down by someone early, and it was always this sort of uphill battle. I mean, it sort of goes hand in hand with the more difficult performance that he did end up having there, as that's why he did only end up dropping 9 kills on it, 17 deaths. There wasn't a huge amount he could do in the round, as he was dead on most occasions, really, but moving on to Mirage now, we know what some of these guys can do. Want to see a bit more from Sammy. It did feel like we got to see a little bit more from Hyped on the AWP that I did get to see. Not a huge amount of rounds, but when he did have it, we saw some nice finds with the AWP, particularly on sort of that A-side defense. So both AWPers sort of feeling like they can be warmed up for this. Hyped, who has been a bit more inconsistent as of late, had a good map number 2, needs to seem translated to map number 3, because we know Sammy will reset for that map.
Yeah, obviously siding is actually so key, so important in this game. Both teams so heavily favour the CT side. Obviously, a difference in 12% win rate for ESC positively from T side to CT. Much more drastic on the side of Big. They have above a 25% win rate difference, or roughly 25% win rate difference. Their T side has been really poor in the past, but obviously with some of their losses, that's what's kind of been the real issue. But Big, they've got a 72% win rate on this map, and their T-side win rate is negative. And ESC's win rate is pretty decent as well, also with a negative T-side. So this is really going to be a game of two halves. Honestly, Charlie, we could see a 10-2 scoreline, and that's not even going to be kind of guaranteed victory.
I mean, we'll find the first two. Aggressive here towards Palace. Ammo is the only thing that stops him from finding a third. Remote does get a nice killer response, puts JDC in a 1 versus 3. They've been a quick pistol, Big attempting to go fast out towards A. The util's down, but nothing being able to be found. JDC will tap away for a second, taps away for his third.
JDC dealt with though by Bajmi. Given a heads-up fight there, JDC. What a clutch it would have been. What, a 1v3?
Yeah, you start to believe. After those first 2 kills, very nice and clean. I mean, look at the second one as well.
The opportunity as well. That would have been a crazy clutch though. What a start it could have been here for Big, but pistol round going the way of ESC. Is that 5 for 5 on pistols now?
That's 5 for 5 on pistols.
That is crazy. It's clear ESC know exactly what's worked well for them this series, and for Big, the first thing on the drawing board, the first thing they're going to work on in practice, these pistol rounds, because you have to imagine the amount of rounds that ESC have gained just from these pistol rounds alone. But Sammy, just jiggling here. The issue is the T's can probably cross once they've been spotted. Look, Sammy's going to send the HE grenade the second there's any contact, and... well, I got that dead wrong. So much damage with the HE grenade there. Nice rotation. Sammy with 3.
Yeah, easy clean out. Bash move a couple of kills with the MP9 as well, so a bit of extra money being made there. A clean 2-0 start. See quite a fair few sort of second round force buys between both of these teams. Had a fair few sort of force buy wars back and forth as well, so been an exciting one. But Big just obviously opting for the second round eco. They want to play the weapons in hand. I don't mind just going for the eco out towards middle. This is an early fight from the CT side. Moonwalk and Rico find. Rico gets a double. He's exposed in the open. Surely will get found and eventually is done so. But as the dust settles, ESC man advantaged.
Yeah, obviously though, you've got Crimbo, you've got JDC. These are 2 of the operative players for Big. Bashmi though fast in the back lines. And although Crimbo has evaded him, if anything, this could be a little worse because JDC is going to feel so caught off guard and obviously would be dropping the bomb as well. And Bashmi is going to be heading here towards middle. This is all going to be about timing. JDC going to be spotted. Oh, Bashmi just needs to take his time. I don't know why he's so quick to fire that. Got an MP9 at range. He could have shifted it all the way up, but the bomb has been taken down. Samey quick reposition. Bomb yet to be recovered, but Crimbo does have a lot of time to work with here.
It's 1 versus 2. I've seen Samey push through the same position Crimbo was not too long ago, but Crimbo seems aware. How much patience is he going to have to hold this angle, and not enough. Samey equally is playing quite reserved towards this portion of the map. Olim just tucked towards CT. They're giving pretty much the whole map up to Crimbo. Yeah, I think it's the right way. Perfect time.
Yeah, it's the right way to play this. Just allow Crimbo to have the bomb site. Samey, there's 12 seconds remaining. I think he realizes, well, all I need to do is deny the plant. Oh, I like the Molotov there. The molly there from Crimbo is key because obviously he knows that Samey's not playing in that kind of first window, the one with bars on it. So he can drop the Molotov, and if Samey wants to jump out, he's going to have to take so much damage from the molly. Samey dealt with. Excellent from Crimbo, but Olim. Nice trade there. ESC, they will find themselves 3.
Fuse getting being retrieved here. Olim wants to make sure he gets everything before defusing this bomb. But a Vuto being picked up as well, but ESC do find the first weapon round here, best in Big. All close though, you see the initial kill that Crimbo finds onto Bajmi. That brings it to a 2v2. Crimbo even in the 1v2, plays it very well. Takes his time. Wherever Raiko is, but just isn't able to take down the full HP Olymp. But with the bomb plant, with the lost bonus mountain, Big, do you want to go for it again? I mean, I probably wouldn't mind a half buy here, but I think they realised that, okay, money's not great for ESC. I think we can sacrifice a bit of weaponry to see if we can punish them quite heavily, but obviously they don't have a huge amount of util either, so it's going to come down purely to manpower at times, potentially.
As I mentioned, both teams actually really struggle on the T side, so I think a decision like this is actually far better because it's the idea that you can reset your opponents, you can maybe kind of get 3 rounds off the back of it. So I actually think it's a really good decision, however much risk it may pose. They've got themselves a 3-man advantage now as JDC gets his second. So not only a great call, a great looking round, as they have got themselves in a 5 versus 2. ESC taking a gamble though. In their mind, look, they either hit B and we've got a chance, or they go A and we can save. Samey. Oh, okay. Well, looks like ESC are going to repivot. They thought, well, if they were going to head towards B, they would have done so already, so we'll go double towards A. I'll find out that it is this B play once the utility is down. I don't have any intel yet. Bomb's going to get planted, though, and that should be the deciding factor. Important, actually, that both Olymp and Samey save, because drops will need to be had here. Olim can drop over a rifle. Samey can, in fact, drop an M4 and a FAMAS. You need to as well.
I mean, with these saved guns, we can at least see ESC go for the repurchase, but look, I don't mind that from Big. They didn't have a lot of utility. They just threw it out towards middle and just took the gunfights. Coming out on top, the initial from JDC is great. The peeking to connect is even better. With tabseN chiming in as well, it just becomes a done round there from the get-go, and it's just send all the squad out towards middle. No funny business, don't have anyone lurking. Just group up and see if we can at least get the trades, but no trades needed. Individuals step up when required. Buy-in's looking pretty good here for ESC. No real issues apart from missing a bit of util here or there, but other than that, they've got all the weapons they could ask for, but this is Big's opportunity to level this game up if successful here.
Obviously, ESC, as I mentioned, the fact that they did save allows for these weapons dropped across. bajmy and Olymp without any util, neither Raiko. Only 5 pieces of util left, and we've got 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock, and this is where we need to see some activation. The smoke towards Palace is just so unnecessary. They've re-smoked Palace for no real reason. They've got such limited utility, you cannot just be burning a smoke because that's what you normally do in these 4x versus 4xs and with these setups in place. sammy though, playing from market, all going to be about timing. Flashbang coming through, second flash thrown. It is a bit of a bait though from Process as the rest of his team, or the main brunt of his team in fact, looking to head out towards middle, of which they won't be met with any contact as ESC playing a 3-2, but in fact 3 towards B.
It does appear that it's going to be this B split, but equally you can just use Process as a lurk if you want to head out towards A.
tabseN's going to be that lurk. Process is backed away. tabseN taken down. Moonwalk finds as well. bajmy's in a really good position, and so is Olymp. This is going to be a great B hold because they still don't know about the activation, that late play of the boosted player. Olymp finally striking. Might not have even been needed, but 5 survivors there from ESC. A 4-1 scoreline. And Big, they will get an investment, but not really how they plan things on going.
Yeah, Big, they sort of do force out the rotation from sammy. The issue is it was that sort of 3-man B setup initially, so you still got Olymp there, you still got bajmy there, and even if bajmy goes down, you think Olymp can do enough, just as that surprise on the boost. But when it wasn't the perfect buy for ESC, they are able to make it work, and 5 survivors for them, so they are keeping themselves quite healthily in this lead, but rounds are coming close at times.
The speed of this A take though. Already the bomb site pretty much under their purview. Sam's coming through. Molly will be seen. Raiko somehow not connecting there. tabseN's been chipped away at though. JDC having a lot of positive space. Moonwalk has been chipped away at. Another flash thrown. Process finding while blinded though. tabseN coming through, gets taken down by Olymp. sammy's going to take a risky play through this smoke. Olymp will go 1-for-1. bajmy finds as well. 2 versus 2 now. sammy's still close to the smoke. bajmy, he's able to find 2 here. And now Process is all about timing. Gets a freebie onto sammy. Potentially the better call would have been just looking to play discipline and contact and try and get your way around him. Oh, he's faking the steps. The defuse can come through and the kill. bajmy with 3 on the retake. ESC find 5.
bajmy holds his nerve. It comes close. Fraction of a second there and the kill can come through for Process, but it's well done from bajmy. And a player who I do think has had a really difficult Dust 2 has had a fantastic start here to Mirage. 8-2 from him and an important clutch to win. But another round like that there, it's very coin flippy. Goes down to the wire, trades all across the board, kills through smokes, but ESC are the victors. They are the ones who are able to come out on top. Still, weapons are in play for Big. They've done a good job to keep on getting these investments out.
Look, it's high loss bonus bomb plant, but you can get the guns out as much as you like. If you're not getting the rounds, who really cares?
Great
The
nade.
nade is perfect, and it popped them all out into the open. Another nade going to be landing. So much damage with utility. sammy finds tabseN. Olymp biding his time. Very worried about another here from shore, but it's 4 from apartments. There might be 4 to fall from apartments in a moment's notice. JDC jumping out. Bajmi gets one. Gets another shot onto Process. It's a Process 1 versus 2, but Samey. Tight angle and still finds 6 secured now for ESC, and surely just a half by here from Big.
Yeah, finally, it feels like a bit of a clean round. One that Big can't even really justify going for a force buy if they want to. They are going to go for a tactical, so maybe they are discussing about whether we're going for a force buy or not, but just trying to discuss exactly what to do here. The initial duty damage definitely felt like the difference maker. Comes down to the 1v2, so still kills are found from Big, but it's just the amount of players that were softened up there from the double nades. Nice and early. The first one, brilliant. You see the second one, Big just even have to fall back slightly, otherwise players will go down to that. So even then, it just allows more time for the rotations to come through. But first that pause here from Big. Discussing exactly how they want to play this one out.
Obviously, the Big, they've kept rounds close, they've kept things competitive, but scoreline doesn't show that at all. I think if you're just tuning in now, you're thinking ESC, you've been dominating, you've been showing Big how Mirage CT side is meant to be played, but there's been plenty of clutches, there's been plenty of 1v1s, and I think we could be looking at a very different scoreline.
It was just the 2 rounds found from Big on his T side, and overall the last time these two teams played very aggressive here is JDC. Amazon finds, but JDC goes down. Onto the bomb.
Process just needing to punch in the digits. But Bajmi will take down Hyped in the process, a man advantage. The nade not having the desired effect. Tabson elevating towards top ticket. Tabson caught off guard, and that rifle's going to be struggled to be retrieved. Tech9 swinging, Olymp can take him down, and now it's Crimbo in a 1 versus 3. Not going to be easy whatsoever for Crimbo.
Good reposition here.
Yeah, I really like this from Triple. I think this is the best way to play it. Try and dance around the triple box with a tap of the bomb. Sadly for Crimbo, the swing from Samey and Olymp ready on the trade. All 10-second defuse. I think he's got it, but yeah, should be fine. No issues there. 7-1 again, though. That was the half buy, and 3 casualties, a bomb plant. Big aren't going to be disappointed with that, but the round could have been closer. It was a 3 versus 4. It's the fact that it goes down to the 1v3. It's just so tough for Crimbo.
Olymp actually saved no weapon. He had to reinvest in an M4 here. So a lot of these rounds have been very close for Big, and they have kept the money of ESC very humble. But I mean, that from Olymp is just making things even more difficult. With him having money, we could have at least probably seen ESC rounds together somewhat of a buy, even if they do lose. But that's going to make life a little bit more difficult here. As things stand, it is 7-1. A scoreline that feels a little bit harsh on Big, if we're being honest.
Yeah, again, as I said, I think Big have kept things fairly competitive. Sadly, though, Hyped having a bit of a troublesome game. Tabson as well. We mentioned Tabson was kind of the right hand to JDC when it comes to the frag so far in this series, but Tabson, I think his main focus is trying to get the calls right, trying to get the game plan correct, because the last time we saw this kind of face-off on Mirage, it was not a pretty one, not in the slightest. 13-2 for ESC. And obviously for Big, we are getting a slight similar scoreline, aren't we? Nice opener, though, from JDC. Tabson's flashbang. See that combination of these two. Moonwalk, though, he will find one, and the lack of a trade or even a swing should indicate that B might be the intended goal. Bajmi finds Process in the process. The man advantage back the way of ESC. This was a 5v4 for Big. Flashbang coming through. JDC. Oh, okay, that's a tough one. For his own teammates, Molly peeking with his flash, but no one actually holding. It was a deeper position there, played by Bajmi. 12-3 for Bajmi. He's having a really good game here. We mentioned round map 2 maybe needed to step up a little bit more. I think he took that quote to heart, because he is really performing here on Mirage.
Yeah, only round that we've seen win one from Big so far was 5 players just bombing out towards middle. There wasn't a huge amount of utility, so they relied quite heavily just on being able to trade, being able to swing with one another. And it worked out really well there. And you see JDC have a similar opener that he had in the last, where he's able to find that initial kill. The issue is, it's just they start to split, and that's where ESC are starting to able to pick apart at the execute from Big before he can ever really get sent through. So it's certainly not being an easy performance here.
Samey. And in the util towards top middle, of which tabseN is playing far in front of. It is going to be this A play from Big. The question is, how much can tabseN do in the backlines? We've got Moonwalk tucked away here towards Sandwich. Again, ESC, for these A defenses, they've looked to play quite reserved, but with Moonwalk here in Sandwich, well, Moonwalk's been taken down. What a set of frags here from Big. This is absolutely brilliant. 5 versus 2. Surely we cannot see this round go any other way than for Big. JDC finding Bajmi as well. It is all on Olim. 1v4. Big should get their second hit.
Yeah, and easily done. And a lot of weight is off of tabseN and JDC, just like it was the first round, that big one. JDC has had a pretty good series, to be fair, considering they lost map number 1 pretty dominantly. They're losing Mirage here pretty dominantly. He was impactful on every single one of the maps. Because he felt like the real key component on Dust 2, and it's feeling like a similar thing here on Mirage. Finally, money's starting to be drained for Big. For ESC. MP9 on Moonwalk.
A real indicator of how close these rounds have been. You know, 8-1 scoreline, yet the second big get-around victory. We're seeing MP9s in play, we're seeing lack of utility. Oh, timing looks bad for Ryko. Somehow can evade. Sending the utility here. Great find from Ryko, but Crimbo out of Palace will find him. Man advantage once again here for Big. Obviously, an 8-1 scoreline looks scary, but if they can find 4, certainly possible. Olim goes 1 for 1. Great trade from tabseN. Samey here in CT. Timing is going to be everything here. Moonwalk just looking to tap on through and take that contact, and we see Samey find. We've got a low HP Hyped. We've got tabseN planting. We've got an opportunity here. And with Moonwalk isolating this fight, it puts Hyped in the 1 versus 2, but he gets the first. HE grenade close to Hyped. The nade down to 12 HP, but fortunately he's on the AWP. Turning from the flashbang, and Moonwalk can find him, so that is a 9th for ESC now.
That's a real rough one for Big to take. Advantage from start to finish in that round, and still couldn't manage to find the success that they needed to. I agree with you, 8-4 wouldn't have been too bad considering how weak both these teams have been at this DE side, and it felt desperate that Big could have converted that one. Advantage from start to finish, really. You even saw Crimbo holding towards CT for so long, but Samey was really disciplined, very slow, very cautious. It just felt like the timing for Crimbo was really unfortunate. As soon as he looks away, he just gets taken down for free there. Hyped, he dodges the flashbang, but not enough, and still gets found. 9 on the board for ESC. We saw a 10-2 scoreline on the first half the last time these two played on this map, and it could be a repeat of that. I like the pace that Big are playing with, though. It's super fast. It's really exciting stuff to watch.
Yeah, especially from a side that we saw a lot of discipline, a lot of kind of a slow-played nature throughout Dust. Yes, there was the odd round they went fast towards long, but I think here on Mirage, they're keeping things simple. Whether it can work, though, is the question. tabseN going to get caught off here by Ryko. He spots another towards default. Olim down to 52 points of health. A couple bullets connecting to him. CT has been taken here from JDC. And with Hype posted up on the AWP, it's going to make things quite difficult here. JDC, is he asking for a flashbang himself and a Molotov? Oh, okay, the molly cuts off any help, but JDC gets one and so much damage as well. Excellent setup here. It puts Samey in the 1v3. He's retrieved a FAMAS now, realizing the AWP isn't the kind of recognized weapon for this scenario. Smoke on the bomb. This is his best chance. Just a full stick. Trying to deny it, and the knife will do it from height. Nice round there for Big. Besting their problems of that previous series. They only got 2 on Mirage before. But obviously,
the worrying thing
is,
is 3 going to be enough? And it's really difficult to say yes to that. And I think when you consider out this series so far, we've seen 5 pistol rounds, every single one of them going the way of ESC. Without a doubt, this needs to be a big victory here on this second half pistol. If ESC win this, I don't think it matters how miserable their T side is. I think they'll be able to just walk over Big at that point. So I think so much weight is going to be on this round. So much weight is going to be on the first full buy round that we see between both of these teams. I think if Big are able to win both of those, I think we've got a real real game on our hands still. But I think if not, I do start to think ESC have just done more than enough here.
Yeah, obviously for ESC, as you've mentioned, they've been excellent on the pistols, and it'll all but confirm the game, the series, and that quarterfinal spot. As we mentioned, the victor here will be facing off against Batera, but Moonwalk into the bomb site. Crimbo elevated, can't even find one. Devastating for Crimbo. Hype's been spotted here towards Market. Short's already been taken, the bomb site fully contained, and Big, they're in a 3 versus 5 retake. I don't believe there's a kit, and if there is, it's deep behind enemy territory, and Big, are they going to make the call to go for the save? What do you even do here? Look at where tabseN is. He's just calling for the save. ESC, they are 6 for 6 on pistol rounds here in the series. And that is going to be double digits for them. Only needing 3 to close this out and move to that quarterfinal.
I mean, of course, without a doubt, this is going to mean we're seeing this force bite. Hype doesn't have armor, so he may as well just try to go for a few more kills, see if he can get himself a better weapon, if that can be done. But JDC and tabseN desperately want to keep this Kevlar in play, will be allowed to. Like you said, ESC 6 for 6 in pistols. It's been a tough stat line for Big to face off against. I think even when you consider, I mean, Nuke was a poor showing from Big, it's without a doubt, but you can find a lot of success and even just confidence. I mean, we've seen tabseN trying to hype up the team on the cameras at times. When they do win a big round, when they do win a big clutch, I think just winning a pistol round could just sort of settle some nerves and get you ready for the map. But yeah, it's not really been something that Big have ever really had a real chance in. Most of the pistols have been very dominant as well, apart from that sort of 1v3 from JDC that almost came through on the first half. But here is the force bite. 2 MP9s, 2 scouts, and a FAMAS. Honestly,
I think if we didn't see a force buy from Big, I think that's where things could go really wrong. We've got the MP9 rotating in from Process. He needs to find Moonwalk. Simple stuff there, Hyped. It's all about getting the tags. It's all about dealing the damage. But Bajmi and Raiko, excellent finds here. Hype still on the scout, will get another tag. A lot of damage dealt, but kills need to be seen. He goes for the no-scope. I like the attempt. We've got the FAMAS, the MP9, and the scout. No utility, no defuse kit. And time is ticking, and it seems like Big, they're just going to back away. But the loss of this force, the question is now, are they going to be ecoing around these 3 save weapons, or are they going to be going for broke? Are they going to be reinvesting and putting everything on the line?
I think it's got to be all or nothing. I don't really think... I mean, sure, you can look at things on paper and say, you can go for the eco. You can still have a decent enough buy with the saved weapons. I just don't think Big have enough rounds to play with to do that. I think it's really got to be here or now. Seen them with a nice turnaround sort of in the latter portions of Dust 2 since moving on to that CT side, but even then there was still the occasional mistake that was made. And I think putting yourselves where you're in a spot where you're allowing your opponents to find 12 without too much fight, it is a worrying one there. But we are seeing Crimbo get a FAMAS out. We are seeing Process armor, seeing if there's any weapon he can purchase. It is a FAMAS. This is the best buy potentially that Big could have on this CT side.
Obviously, for players like tabseN and JDC, they've got a little bit more money in the reserve, but I think that rainy day fund is the least of their worries.
Just gonna be the same call. It's another hit towards B.
But still got Mac 10s, haven't they? Let's go fast. Fully blinded here. Excellent utility. Crimbo gets one, so does Process. Kills not really coming through. Crimbo making the decision of falling to the molly. We see the double from Olymp's Mac 10. Down to the 2 versus 2. Olymp is obviously very low, so Sammy has got a lot of work to do here in this round. Oh, the bomb is trapped now. The bomb is trapped. But Sammy gets one. It is all on the MP9 of tabseN. Spotted now. tabseN moving to the FAMAS, aware that Olymp could be here, and Olymp, he's given up the fight. Excellent HE grenade. tabseN spotted him. Molly landing to the left-hand side. Flashbang coming through as well. tabseN looking for this fight. He's hungry for it. He's the CT, but he's acting like the aggressor, and Sammy can deny that. That is 12 now for ESC. Big. They have only found 3 rounds here. They need 9 in a row on their CT side. ESC. They can taste victory. Right on the tip of their tongue.
It felt like Big did overcome the buy there of ESC. The kills initially went their way. You see Crimbo fall to the molly, but it's Olymp that somehow was able to find a double there with the Mac 10. You can see just frantically darting between the 2 players with the spray, but manages to find, and then Sammy, with a really heroic performance from him, gives ESC their 12. 9 rounds in a row required from Big just to bring things to overtime here.
JDC, he's taking a risky position. Oh, and timing looks bad for him. We'll just be able to get the one. Raiko taken down. Crimbo, excellent find here through the smoke. Upgrading to the AK, but Raiko again. Crimbo in the Molotov falls to the flames. Process is low as well. Here towards Van. Disadvantaged are Big. Process, they're unaware of his angle. Spots out the first. Will take down Moonwalk as well. Now they are aware of him. Process does so well. Timing on the HE grenade. How has he been able to evade? What a round from Process. I know he gets a double kill, but he's 20 points of health, and he's able to not only dodge death after he's brought down low, but he gets that second frag. It's the second kill that's so vital, because without it, Hype's now in a 1 versus 2. They have a good idea of where he's going to be rotating in from. So Big, they get their 4th. They make that positive step in the right direction.
I mean, the issue is we still need to see 8 in a row from them. This is going to be another buyout for ESC. Both teams liking much faster plays here on this T side, not wanting to give any time to breathe. Process does not want to follow the same fate as Crimbo in the last 2 rounds and go down to the flames, so instead goes down to the flames. I have no idea how Moonwalk died. Moonwalk was the one who died to his molly. There we go. Yeah. A lot of casualties from Molotovs in these last few rounds, but taps a necessary kill. Will get instantly traded though by Olymp, as the managed advantage still favors ESC. Raiko leaves Crimbo now in a 1 versus 3, and Raiko will find the final frag. ESC Fred move to the quarterfinals, as we've had a pretty interesting series between these two teams. 2 very dominant maps from ESC, a pretty dominant dust from Big, but overall it's that 2-1 victory for the Polish side.
Obviously, it's got to be said, right? ESC going into the series, I think we know the threat level that they've got, that potential after the result of Nuke. 13-3 victory there. Dust 2, we mentioned how Big kind of reconfigured the order of the maps. Dust 2 wasn't played in their previous fixture, as it was the 2-0, but again, you know, Nuke went the way of ESC, so did Mirage. We do see a repeat of the results, we see a repeat of the map victories, and ESC now going to be moving to that quarterfinal spot, obviously against Batera. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings after that one?
Yeah, we've already highlighted. I do think the Veto swap up with Dust being picked instead of Mirage was a good decision from Big. They definitely did look like the far better team there, despite there being some closer rounds. I do actually feel like the scoreline's pretty harsh for Big. They kind of got battered on Mirage, in at least face value, 13-4. It was a good victory for ESC, it has to be said, but there's a lot of really coin flip and sort of fine margin rounds that if Big did win, this scoreline could have looked a lot closer. We could have seen the money broken for the CTs. We could have seen Big get a few more rounds, maybe have a bit more of a competitive half, because there were certainly some good moments in there, but the issue is they just couldn't really have that X factor or clutch factor that they really needed today to be able to get them over the line. Even the JDC 1v3, I mean, you look, if he is able to win that on the pistol round, brings it to the 1v1, who knows what we could have seen from Big. But it was unlucky, because I think the scoreline isn't exactly a true value of where that game looked.
Yeah, obviously, Charlie, we are still a little bit behind schedule, trying to kind of work our way back to kind of the right time. I know we're only about 5-10 minutes anyway. We've got another series, the final round of 16 match to determine all these quarterfinals. Obviously, we've seen ESC besting and now facing Batera. Earlier on, we saw Partisan upset against BetBoom. We've now seen Saw2O, GG How, and the final game being Fnatic against GUNS5. We're going to be jumping to a short break, and then we'll be heading into the pre-game for that one, because that has got some excitement written all over it. But as mentioned, give us about 5-10 minutes, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be heading into the action for our final series of tonight and the final round of 16 game to determine the 4 quarterfinals. Obviously, it's Fnatic to face off against GUNS5. And we kind of alluded earlier on when we first found out kind of these series that I think this is probably the one out of all of them where we don't really know much, because we've seen recent additions to Fnatic. We've got a super sub / stand-in for GUNS5 at the moment. And I think there is really this idea that we could see this series going completely either way. I know that Fnatic are higher ranked. I know that Fnatic probably are on paper the better team. But GUNS5, the roster they've got currently, Texi's been looking really, really good. Steim on his day is absolutely incredible. Grix, we know how talented he is. And Yggdrasil has been a really good pickup. I feel like Celta really has kind of really built a really strong team at the moment.
Yeah, it does sort of feel like a tier 2 CIS super team, really, which is sort of weird to say. But yeah, I'm absolutely in love with this team. It's difficult to predict, like you said, because they get some really good results, sort of 2-0 versus Ents recently, 2-1 versus Furt, close game against Bet Boom as well. So you won't put it past them to be able to certainly bring Fnatic into the fold, but as you can see, it does seem like we're going to be hopping into the game reasonably soon.
Yeah,
so before we touch on the Fnatic game, we'll have a quick look at these vetoes. We've got Ancient selected by GUNS5, Trained by Fnatic, and Inferno as that third and final. Trained's been a very good map for Fnatic. It's been a map that they've looked at early, adopt into their maps to be very solid. So expecting some pretty big things from them here, but instantly into this pistol thread, and we do see the early kill for GUNS5.
Yeah, obviously GUNS5, this is their map pick, as we've mentioned. For Fnatic, it is one of their worser maps. Obviously, we've seen plenty of this from GUNS5. But again, you look at the recent games for Fnatic, it's close losses to teams like OG, like M80, ESC. I think Fnatic have been on decent form, and you can kind of pinpoint that change in win rate with a change in personnel. Cypher on the kind of entry potential. I feel like he's added a bit of consistency to the roles of this Fnatic side. But Steim, great find here. It takes down Jambo. Fear going to be dealt with as well. Steim, excellent double. And it's Cypher now. 1 versus 5.
Yeah, time is not great for him as he drops out of the cave position. Or temple, I should say. Celta does find. Clean pistol there for Guns. They keep 5 survivors, and Fnatic get the bait early towards it. But yeah, like you said, we've seen some pretty good things for Guns recently since they played this map. Obviously, it's not been a huge amount of time since we've seen Yggdrasil, since we've seen Grix on the roster. Not even been a huge amount of time since Texi's been on this lineup, just a few months for himself. But even just in those sort of 12 days that Grix has been here, we've seen 31 maps played. I mean, this team is being grinding out games. So very quickly, we've seen some pretty positive results from them.
You said 31 maps in 11 days?
Yeah, it's been in 12 days. Yeah, it's been pretty crazy.
That's nuts.
Big round there from Grix as he gets to 4K. But yeah, exactly. I think you've got to give a lot of credit to not only the coach here at Guns, but to Celta as well, to be able to sort of introduce both Yggdrasil and Grix into the roster very quickly. Obviously, he's not necessarily perfectly formed in some games. They do fall a little bit short against teams that they probably should be able to take down on some occasions, but at the end of the day, they've been getting some really, really good results. Even here in the Proving Grounds, they lost 2-1 to Sangao, but other than that, they went 3-1 in the Swiss stage, taking down Patera 2-0 to advance there, so already one of the teams that are in the quarterfinals, so Guns certainly would love to join them.
The crazy thing is as well, Guns, their Swiss stage, had to play against 3 teams that made their way through to the playoffs. They had to beat 3 playoff teams.
Yeah, not being an easy run, but they certainly did look good when they were doing it. First weapon round here for Fnatic, and Jambo does get found. Rim's already dropped early. And into an empty A-bomb site. It's been a fast start here from Guns, and it will just be the safe from Fnatic as already disadvantaged. There's no defuse kit, not as much util as they'd like, so may as well keep these weapons alive and go again in the next.
The issue I have is right now, not a single casualty has been seen from GUNS5. And that's spanning across a pistol round, an eco, and a full bite. That's very worrying. Cypher will finally get Fnatic's first kill. But a kill on the save. Really what we're wanting, is it?
No, not majorly. Want to see a little bit more. But it's a very quick approach from Guns. They've been up in the face of Fnatic nice and early. One of those early kills cleanly. Always got the extra man there for the trade, even if it's not needed. But it is a difficult one to predict this, isn't it? We were sort of talking before we even went live with this one. On paper, Fnatic probably is the old Guns team. You'd say, yeah, they won't have too many issues here. But it's just how star-studded this lineup is for Guns right now. Where you're probably looking at someone like Steim as that sort of fourth star on the team, which is pretty mind-blowing to say. Just shows how stacked this team is. Yggdrasil's looks really good. Haven't heard a huge amount about this guy until I got to watch him on Guns, and really impressed me, considering sort of full me's come out of nowhere. Young player, and he's looked really sharp since joining him.
Cypher progressing down ramp. Great find from Cypher, spamming through in the hopes to find a kill, but he loses his life because of it.
That is one of the weapons. It's not been the full buy from Fnatic around these 3 saved Guns. Just going for the half buy with it. So one of the M4s has been taken out of the round initially. On paper, not too bad for the T side, but we're seeing some re-aggression now from Fnatic. At least a bit of a glance down. Boost could stop this. Scope's being heard. The CTs know what's up. I still want to take the fight onto it. Doesn't quite pan out. BlameF is still here. Will he be overlooked?
And he needs to. Oh, and he might find 3 onto the pistol now for BlameF. And what a B-side defense. Absolutely brilliant. When we talk about BlameF and the brilliance that he has, and little moments like that, I think they're the reminders to all the haters that this is still BlameF.
Yeah, I say will he be overlooked? Certainly is. He's easily able to get the first kill. Gets an instant dink onto Texi as well. So it's an easy finish off there when Grix doesn't hit the shot. It's only ever going to go one way, and it's well done there from Blame. Gives Fnatic their first round on the board. So any of the worries of the lack of kills that they were finding in the first 3 rounds certainly haven't been affecting them. They do have this initial space here in mid, but it is still being defended by Blame towards Red Room, by Jambo towards Connector, and Jambo's actually going to advance out with the AWP. Missed shot to Celta. Didn't even realise there was a player fighting him.
A nice find from Grix early doors, though. That's exactly what we can ask for. And that's exactly what GUNS5 have brought Grix in for. Just getting those opening kills on the T side here with the AWP. Doesn't shy away from an opening frag. And that's the brilliance of Grix. He has this kind of real flashy nature about his AWPing. And the only reason he has that is because he's got the ability to back it up.
It's looking like it's going to be lining up for this B hit from Guns. Oh, and just a one-player Yggdrasil's drawn some rotations. Just being defended by Fear for now.
Nice find from Jambo. Gets the pick back. Yggdrasil though with the trade. Oh, great from Fear. Pushing forward, but Grix will get the kill. An advantage again here for GUNS5.
Yggdrasil finally taken down by Crims. Leads it as a 2-on-2. Blame spotted deeper. Grix's AWP is peeking into the angle. Will find one. Crims joined. His fallen teammate will re-peek the angle, but Grix so much confidence, so quick and clean.
Gets the 4K. Brilliant from Grix. He's 10-2. This is why we were saying, look, Fnatic, they might be the better team on paper. They might have had more experience as a roster. But GUNS5 have just brought in Grix. I think Grix, honestly, brought into Heroic. He's now kind of on GUNS5 on loan. It's obviously Alcaren who's kind of taken Grix's spot in this team. And I think Heroic, not to say Alcaraz isn't an incredible AWPer himself, but I think if Heroic allow Grix to leave, I think every single game they face against him, they'll see the kill feed, they'll see the kind of the round potential that this man has, and they will regret that decision, because I think Grix is such a star.
I mean, that's the thing. I was having a chat with another commentator about that. It feels like Grix is pretty hard done by in Heroic. Barely even got to play many series. And then obviously they bring in Tobiz without really consulting him on who he wants to bring in. He wasn't really a fan of Grix and his playstyle. And it feels like Grix was the one who sort of got screwed over slightly there. And
I think scapegoated is the right terminology, or?
I mean, not really. It just felt like he wasn't in Tobiz's plans. And look, that's fine. But it's, if you're going to bring in a coach, probably consult him before purchasing probably what was not a cheap AWPer.
No, of course
not. I suppose one positive for Heroic is, look, loaning him out to Guns, he's going to be put in the shop window. And with games like this, results like this, you're certainly going to have a few teams thinking, oh, I wouldn't mind a piece of this. I'm sure Guns wouldn't mind him on a permanent basis, but good trade here from the T's. Texi taking down Blame F, keeps the advantage in favour of the T side.
The Guns, though, it's going to be this 5-1 scoreline. Fnatic. CT side hasn't really gone to plan. I think that's a safe assumption to be made.
Yeah, weapons just picked up again.
Yeah.
We'll just be backing away with them. Really good start from Guns, though. In a series that it's still difficult to know what to predict. Although we've seen them have very close games against some very good teams, you still never want to sort of assume, oh yeah, Guns are going to be able to bring this one competitive, because they're still very early on in this sort of new roster's time with one another. So, I mean, you wouldn't even be surprised if they sort of do just get blown over by Fnatic, and then you're looking at that and saying, I mean, look, it's still early doors, still plenty of time to grow and develop with one another. So, good to see that it doesn't look like that's what the case is going to be. Fnatic, though, certainly want to get a few more rounds before the end of the first half.
I think my favourite thing about this Guns roster is we knew about Texi joining the side, but in a fair few of their events, they weren't actually able to play with Texi, because there was the roster locks and everything like that. And I think everyone in the kind of the tier 2 space was kind of hoping and waiting and kind of so ready to see what Texi could do, because obviously in previous teams, especially on that Rush B roster, I think everyone knew what Texi could do, but it was more about whether he could get that level of application here on GUN5. And obviously he's been here for what, 3 months now. He seems part of the furniture. He seems just part of kind of GUN5, their future, because he's playing so well.
Yeah, I mean, I was excited about how Guns were looking with just Texi being the new addition. I was a big fan of that move. I was a big fan of Texi, like you said, on Rush B. But the fact how much this roster developed in such a short time, bringing in Rezo, Grix, I mean, it's really a force to be reckoned with.
Both have played excellently as well, both with 1.17 ratings since joining this roster. Then you've got Texi to step up. Then you've got Steim as well if needed. Celta, he has the odd game where he absolutely carries. Sometimes I'll look at Celta's rating and I'll go, okay, 1.01. And then he'll get, 50, 60 kills. And I'm thinking, what are these bad games then? Crims, though, taking the time. This is the bomb. Yeah, big issue. 20 seconds on the clock now. Crims, perfectly timed. FlameF pushing through A main. Crims will get another. And now it's all about trying to deny, but Rezo with it. Second. Oh, they're trying to pivot towards the B bomb site. Round is over. Grix, 1 versus 3. Second round secured from Fnatic. It's all come from a bit of a mistake with the bomb. Excellent from Crims, though. Taking down the bomb carrier there. Really just kind of fractures any chance of that round victory. It was 20 seconds on the clock or thereabout. The second that bomb falls, round's done.
Yeah, not too bad there, actually, from Grix finding Jambo Zorp towards the end. It forces out the reinvestment. Crims has to be the one to drop that over. So you can see money's actually in a good spot for Fnatic. after winning that round. So I haven't really been able to just have that buffer of keeping 3 survivors as well as weapons in play. But GUNS certainly could bounce back with a response here out towards middle. The flashes do come. The plays through. Exi goes down to Crims early. GUNS will allow the CTs to have control of this for now. Only temporarily, though, as Rezo actually finds through the smoke. Lime gets one back. There's still 2 players out here in the middle. This could completely catch off GUNS, but hearing the 2 different weapons being fired off, that's the quick play towards A.
Obviously, Zelta spearheading this attack. The bomb is very caught off guard. Grix is completely alone, but the bomb's not going to get taken down in this round. Or it's not going to get caught in rotation, or at least you'd hope so. All 3 Fnatic players here in CT. Molotov. Going to keep them behind the smoke currently. The bomb's not being planted with said Molly. BlameF, what a double there. 3 in total, and Fear is actually the one that gets that kill. It wasn't BlameF, but it looked as though it could have been.
Maybe this is just my sort of face-it brain thinking and not to a sort of professional level. But one thing that does absolutely infuriate me is you see the smokes down towards A, and then the team just wait so long, and then finally look to get the bomb down. And by the time they do, the smokes are faded. I mean, it's just the exact thing there. BlameF gets an easy double. You see Fear's able to push in and support him as well. And it just feels like, get the bomb down when you can, because it always feels like there's a bit of a sell-by date on that.
Yeah, of course. That's the issue. You can't get yourself in the right post-plant position. There's always kind of the idea of getting caught off guard. But Fnatic, they seemed a little bit lifeless. They seemed a little bit out of control here on Ancient. But the last few rounds, the fact they've gone their way, from 5-1 down, we should be seeing a 5-4 scoreline. A real difference in rounds here. And all it takes, a couple round victories. One round where Crims catches them with a bomb in middle. And it spurred them on to bigger and brighter things. Jambo with the AWP. Nice find there. Can take down Stein. And as mentioned, 4-5. Fnatic could take the lead here going into the final round. Obviously, contingent on them besting the full buy and then the half buy. But Fnatic have looked good because players like BlameF, like Crims are really stepping up. We need to see more from Jambo on the AWP. We need to see more from Cypher. Obviously, these 2 newer additions to this roster. I know Jambo, he's been on for about 6 months, but obviously, as we've seen, 6 months, 150 maps. That's not bad, but Fnatic haven't been churning out the games as much as GUNS5.
While we are in this tech pause, I do think it's important to say Fnatic have had struggles on their T side of this map. You sort of said we haven't seen perfect sort of gameplay from Fnatic on Ancient. And it does feel like a big reason for that is pretty lackluster T sides. It has improved recently with some of their more recent wins, and it does feel like that's probably just naturally due to them winning a few more games then. They've actually on pretty decent form, winning 4 out of the last 6 games, one of which being a very close defeat to ESC in overtime. But it does feel like they've worked on their T side a little bit more, and I think it was important because their Ancient was feeling a little bit flimsy. If they don't have a brilliant and a perfect CT side, it feels like when they move over, that's where they can sort of allow for comebacks, issues to be done. But I do think it has improved slightly. I still don't think it's great. I do want to see them win the half here if there's a chance for them to take Ancient. Otherwise, I do think things can still get pretty tense.
Obviously, for Fnatic, they had a bit of a tough drought on this map. They played it 6 times in a row, losing it 6 on the bounce, kind of between the portion of the late July, early August. But things have looked a lot better, as you mentioned. But in a vast majority of those games, they were only finding 6 or 7 on the CT side. And as I say, only, it's because they were still losing those series 13-9, 13-8, stuff like that. So I think you're right there. If there's the idea for Fnatic to win this one, they're going to have to take the half because their T sides, although they have gotten better, they haven't been perfect.
They definitely do have the chance to at least level up the game here. It's not the full investment from the Ts. But Rezo on this AK, but it is a bit of a half buy around it.
Ecoed in the last, didn't they? Because of the overinvestment, though. That's the issue with investing in Deagles and kind of messing about that. I don't really know how that's happened, but Grix, oh, taken down by the flames. Jambo on the AWP as well. Second kill for Jambo in this round. And it's going to be this acceleration onto the A-bomb site. Smoke in CT. Crims is just going to be looking to tap away through the smoke. Missed shots from Crims. Okay. Given a slight opportunity, but already this 3 in Donut. And BlameF going to be swinging. He gets one. Nice trade from Celta. Still here towards big boxes, Celta. Just biding his time. Still, though, we've got Jambo. We've got Fear. Fear gets one. Celta all alone. 1 versus 4. Just to get Fear. Trade scene there from Cypher.
Well, there is that leveled up game. And just 2 rounds remaining still. Half could go either way. I mean, what an open duel we could have here between Jambo and Grix. Feels like we've seen it multiple times when these players were on sort of different teams. I'm excited about it here, though. Oh, Stein. Could get caught out. Cypher's through the smoke. What a readjustment. The 180 from Cypher onto Celta. That's a hell of a find.
That's what he does best. It's kind of within the chaos. Obviously, we know his entry successes and what he does for Fnatic when it comes to opening duels on the T side. There is no fear for Cypher. No worry. He does just have that threat potential, and that's what Fnatic were needing. Their T sides have been problematic in the past because they didn't have that designated kind of activator. It seemed like everyone wanted to play a little bit passive. Everyone wanted to be the second entry. And Cypher very comfortably in these chaotic moments. He's found 3 in this round. Not the best of starts to the game for Cypher, but a triple like that, and within the nature of those first 2, that's exactly what you're hoping for.
Yeah, and it's great that Fnatic win that one dominantly. No bomb plant means that Guns can't get a great buyout. You can see a lot of players investing in weaponry. There's not a huge amount of util for the T's to play with. Certainly can still win this round, but it also leaves Fnatic in a very good opportunity to do what we asked for them, to go on to win this half. And obviously when this game started off 5-1, it's been a really good resurgence and bounce back on the international side.
Obviously, it's going to be the investment final round of the half, but it's Galil's, it's low utility. They've got a molly flash and a smoke grenade to work things through. They've opted to head towards the A-bomb site. I think that's the right decision, but I'm sure the AWP of Jambo is going to discredit that choice. Gets the first, trying to turn from flashes. There's no utility left. Don't need to worry, but you've got to hit the shots. No molly on the back of the bomb side. The Crim's rotating in, doesn't find much. Just gets some damage, and the kills are coming through here for Guns. Charlie, they went into this round with 1 smoke, 1 flash, 1 Molotov. And they are somehow in a 4 versus 1. Crim's disappointing. BlameF's got to do more. Jambo as well, uncontested.
Yes, unfortunately, it started really, really well there for Fnatic. And it felt like Guns were just trapped towards A main, hoping on a miracle. And the miracle did come. Too many missed shots. Sort of just trapped there, but the gunfights were coming to them, and they were able to connect the shots that Fnatic weren't. So they walk away with a level half. I don't necessarily think it's over for Fnatic. I don't think winning the half was a necessity. I do think it was certainly going to give them a big helping hand as they do move on to this weaker T side of theirs. But equally, we can see them win the pistol. I do think one positive is we did get to see a few more players come alive. Jambo, similar to Cypher, had a slow start to the game. Nice couple of rounds towards the end. Cypher, obviously, we saw that 3k from him. So it feels like a few more players for Fnatic have been warmed up into this server here.
I'm still lost at how we saw that round go the way of Guns. They've expelled their utility. Somehow. That double from Cypher was just ridiculous. And he gets the third, obviously, for Grix. But yeah, it's this round here. Jambo gets this first. I really don't understand how it's gone so poorly for them. They had the man advantage. They had everything going for them, but Fnatic are now on the T side. Interesting pistol decision as they've got 2 in middle, 2 outside B, and Crim's towards A main. I think they can recognize that Guns maybe look to get aggressive here on their CT pistols, so they're just holding.
slower stuff here. Do have the P250 onto Blame F. Will be a player who starts to look for these like somewhere, but Cypher towards Cave, just making a bit of presence. Similar with Jambo and Ramp, but it's going to be this play through A. Texi going to be under pressure here in Donut. USB in hand, what can he find? Takes down Fear initially, does get dinked down. Finished off by Blame F, but Stein finds Cypher in the meantime. Stein surely can't get a second, and exposed in the open leaves Blame F and Jambo in a 2 versus 4.
Blame F, he's got to get a pick here. That's what's going to allow Jambo to activate. Have they seen him? They seem pretty certain. Celta will take him down, and now Blame F, 1 versus 4, been spotted here in middle, and Blame F going to be charging him down. Blame F's the one in the 1v4, but he's playing so aggressive. I don't mind it, but Yix important kill there. And GUNS5 take the lead here. CT side is where GUNS5, yes, they're a little bit weaker, but for Fnatic, they've shown real issues, as we've mentioned, on this T side. So, I think Guns, the fact they win the pistol, the fact they can take the lead and extend it, is what is somewhat worrying here for Fnatic. Obviously, Fnatic, we've played this map a few times in the last 3 months, but Guns, they've got a 50% win rate on the map, yet they've still got more wins than Fnatic have maps played here. 16 wins to 16 losses here for GUNS5. Fnatic only with 15 maps played.
Both pistols gone the way of Guns, giving them a nice open hand here. Bomb plant's great here from Fnatic. Are able to get it off as well. Honestly, that's not the job done. Fear finds a kill as well with the Glock, but
he's retrieved the rifle. How has Cypher been allowed to back away? Well, Fear gets another. 3 versus 3. There is going to be a rotation through CT. That is Celta now. Celta eventually takes him down. Yix Blame F on the Deagle, spamming the Deagle. 3 kills in a bomb plant off a Deagle investment.
That's as good as it gets, really.
Yeah,
Brilliant
really
from Fear
nice.
as well. Finds a frag with the Glock, just catches a player off, retrieves the rifle, finds one. Yeah, really solid second round there for Fnatic. It's now, can they capitalize on though? Because they've done so much damage to Guns. Really softened up that economy and made it pretty easy to exploit here if they can win this first full blind. Even though they lose the pistol and the conversion, they can pretty much bounce back to an 8-8 scoreline if successful here.
Fnatic though, this is a real test for them. First round on the T side. They are aware that, well, they're aware that Texi's close. Cypher gets the opener, or sorry, the trade onto Yix. With Blame F finding Texi, that's the man advantage for Fnatic. Cypher still just holding here, awaiting for Stein's aggression. Oh, Stein been chipped away at. Again, as I mentioned, Cypher is that player, loves to be within the chaos, so you can understand why his T-side generic positioning is here outside cave.
Riggs has also rotated here towards B. We've seen Celta take this space through A. So Guns are more confident of this play. We still do have an opening for Fnatic if they want to look through Donut, but I think it is just going to be this B hit. They do still have the man advantage on the bomb site. I'm going to get aggressive towards cave. We'll spot one out in Cypher. Right, not going to come his way. Flashbang as he gets thrown first. Time just really good. But can he actually survive the flames? Apparently not. Just a 1 kill from Stein. Celta going to have to save. He was the play to take their space. Nice start there from Stein. Lack of ammo in the M4 became a bit of a hindrance. He's just hoping the molly doesn't spread towards him.
Obviously, if he peeks wider into cave, he might have been able to find 2, but so worried about the aggression up ramp. And I actually like how Fnatic, how they take contact there. Aware that, you know what, we can look to just sit on ramp and bait the cave players, or we can look to try and activate our ramp at this, you know, a little bit earlier on. I actually really like that they push in tandem, because the second that Cypher's taken down and Blame F's not spotted, you can see straight away that GUNS5 so fixated on the aggression up ramp that Blame F, he just gets all that free space.
It's around that Fnatic need to win to instantly be able to bounce back here on the second half. Not sure what Celta's saved AK does here for the money. I honestly think this could actually need to be a force buy. Not majorly. It's actually lucky that Celta's the one to save this weapon. because you can see Zelta and EX Rezo with the 1.9k loss bonus that will be coming in the next round. Realistically, they probably would have to force, but they're still going to go for it anyway. They want to have a better buyout. They want to be able to see if they can also hurt Fnatic a little bit here, but equally, this could be Fnatic's chance to actually take the lead here. The buy's not perfect. Fair few HE grenades in play, though. I'm curious if there's any specific intent, but seemingly just thrown towards middle to ensure they can take this early space.
Ambo. That's the opener here for Fnatic. Gives them that advantage. EX Rezo, who's been chipped away out here. A little bit of damage through the bucket wall.
Oh, boost
Fnatic,
here
though.
in Donut. I don't know if he's going to spot anything, though.
Even if it spots towards Cypher, it's not really the weapon to find this frag. You're going to have to be bursting with an MP9. You're kind of going to have to hit the 3 best bullets of your life. The space has been taken here, though, from both BlameF and Crims. Hold towards Red Room. Are they even going to check it? Well, Fear gets one. Grix can take down Crims, though. Activation from Texi. BlameF will get the trade. 1 versus 3 now for Texi. With the bomb, it can make its way up to the bomb site. BlameF just jump spotting here, trying to find Texi, or at least gain some information. Caught off guard there is BlameF. Nice there from Texi. Do you think he gives this one a go?
He might not have much of a chance. Misses the jump. Jassy almost favoured him there.
Yeah.
Almost allowed him to pull his weapon back out, but Jambo will still find Fnatic on the board for 8. And Guns have to take the hit and go for the eco. Fnatic can find 9. This is sort of what I was expecting this game to be like. Close affair between both teams. Neither on sort of any map being able to get a huge lead. The only one that I felt like could be a little bit more favoured will be Train, where we have seen Fnatic, like I said, look to really early adopt this map into their pool. It's the most played map in the last few months. Guns, they've got a, sort of a bit of a mixed bag of results on this map, but 29% win rate in general. I think they played it 3 or 4 times with this full 5.
Ollie, Crim's got... There you go.
I think that's the only map that I really think with Fnatic might have a bit more of a lead.
As I want to say, Crims was the top performer here for Fnatic. Their CT side, he got a 4K in round number 9. We're now looking into round number 17. He's still sat on 8 kills. You know, Crims has really slowed up, which I have to say, I'm a little bit disappointed because this is where Fnatic, if they want to take Ancient, they need to have everyone fragging, don't they?
Yeah, I think to some degree, but what Crims doesn't provide isn't purely just kills, but great double from Stein. This round's still certainly not over, even though it is just the eco. Stein does finally get put to rest, and that should be most of the danger gone. Fnatic are still pushing into the bomb site where both these CTs are, though.
Yeah, and BlameF's just going to look to play as this lurk. He's not actually going to look to take contact. You'd assume he's just going to sit in red room this whole round, and in doing so, it allows Grix and Texi to take this as a bit of a 2v2 here on the bomb side. But BlameF is now going to be clearing towards CT. Okay. We're not having the BlameF shenanigans of just sitting in red room and waiting for players to come his way. He is still sat in CT, though, which I don't love. Molly deep towards Donut, though, so they will be allowed to plant. The bomb is planted for BlameF. Obviously, with the 2 kills that were found from Stein, they can just look to try and save these weapons if they choose.
Yeah, Dixie might search for something. Has made a bit of contact with the Crims, but we'll just cross and, like you said, we should just see these saved weapons. Grix drops out the nade, maybe just to give off the idea that there's a bit more pressure onto the bomb site than there actually is, but Grix still could get found here towards middle. Blame F.
What?
That is a bad spray. Unarmored Grix, and only the 1 bullet connects, and that's after the initial burst. Well, I suppose Blame F does show that he is only human.
Yeah, honestly, for someone who has been known to be one of the most clinical riflers, and ability being such an asset, a little moment like that, that we all have a bad moment, a bad day.
Obviously, does make things very costly for Fnatic. We end up seeing Texi find one as well beforehand. Only one survivor for Fnatic. Guns are back out. They are in the lead, though. And a lot of bodies out here in mid for Guns. Rick throwing util to support Texi and Yixrezo. Flashbang dropped out. Cypher does come out on top. Texi under pressure now. Flashbang needs to help him.
Great nade. Fear's got an HE as well. So does Crims. And there we have it. Bye-bye. Important kill, though, from Stein. Takes down Cypher. Great from Crims. He's found a second of the round. Celta will eventually deal with him, but look at the positioning of Fear. Fear does have the bomb. If Celta takes him down, well, Celta's never going to get that kill. It's going to be 10 for Fnatic here. GUNS5. This is your map pick. Obviously, second map of the series being Train. It's not as though it's the map that GUNS5 can't play, but it hasn't been incredible for them. The Fnatic, we could see an 11-8 scoreline, and realistically for Fnatic, that might just be enough to push them over the edge.
Yeah, I think when you give the context as well that Guns were 5-1 up in this series, have only been able to find 3 rounds since that initial point. Fnatic have really come into their own. Cypher's finding some really key kills, and this is what I mean. Even Grims and Cypher, who aren't always going to be up there fragging wise, the impact that they have had this map cannot be understated whatsoever. First tag pause coming through from Guns as they start to realise, okay, this was a close game, but Fnatic are slowly slipping away from us.
Yeah, look, this is something that a lot of the time goes a little bit kind of unrecognised. Is on the T side, especially for a player like Cypher, he looks to get those opening frags, and he does. And when it goes against him, Crims as well, he looks to go for those openers. But when it does go against him, he'll still have someone to back him up, someone to trade him. He's always in a position to take space, and I think that's the important thing. Obviously, we saw her in the round before. He just got taken down from Stein through the smoke. But obviously, in this one, he gets that opener onto Yixrezo, which I always think little moments like that are so key for him. Because, yeah, okay, he's 9-13, bottom-performing player on his team. I guess close to being bottom performer in the whole server. Celta holding that one with just one less kill. But I think there's a lot of impact that does go unseen or unspoken about. Crims holding in towards ramp, spots out Celta. Texi ready to trade, but Cypher quick to kill. And now Stein wanting to swing, but cannot justify it. Drops the smoke onto one. Fear can find, and Yixrezo now all that remains. 1v4 Fnatic going to be finding themselves 11.
Yeah, I don't want the change up from Guns trying to get aggressive. Fnatic feel like they got the perfect read of it. There's so many players there. You even see Fear and Cypher just buddying up there as Stein tries to swing from cave.
Yixrezo, I don't know how he's evaded Blamef. Blamef's been on the hunt. He's been on the chase this entire time, and Yixrezo has just slipped the gap and slipped the net at every single turn. And they're so certain he's an A main because Blamef's cleared out everything else.
Blame is looking back towards it. Did I miss anything? Has he somehow got here? But this temple will be able to be saved for Guns. The most important thing for Fnatic isn't necessarily taking down this AK, it's the fact that they are on 11, 2 rounds away from taking Guns map pick after being 5-1 down on it as well.
It's been really nice from Fnatic. Again, it was that slow start, and I think many would have overlooked Fnatic in victory here after we saw that 5-1 scoreline. But again, they are a team with plenty of experience. They've gained a lot of synergy in the last month or so with this full 5. It seems as though the win rate's been there, and that's all you can ask for. Jambo going for this early opener, jumping across. That is a crazy risk there. Jambo just goes for the peak regularly. We see that kill go his way. Missed shot from Grix, down to 21 points of health, but Texi ready and waiting. Disadvantaged here now. Oh, Celta can find Cypher falling. 2 versus 4 now. There's already a fast flank from Stein as well. He's already in A main.
You've got to see a fight somewhere, so Fear wants to. Does take down Texi. You've got a low speed Grix here as well. Stein starting to peek on out. Blade doesn't have the angle for it though. So not only does he have to watch Stein take down his teammate, he can't find the kill as well.
BlameF's on that angle just a second earlier. He finds Stein, and that's when it's a 2 versus 2 with a low HP Grix. But Guns, they deny Fnatic finding 12. They keep themselves with the opportunity of finding this map in regulation.
Yeah, money hasn't been perfect for Fnatic on either side, even after they've gone on these streaks of rounds. We've seen 2 periods now of Fnatic on their CT side finding 5 in a row. Drawing this T side as well, they get 5 on the bounce, but just haven't really been able to grow a huge bank off of it. Crim's very aggressive here towards Donut, won't clear Texie's angle. If there's a second player there, that's the easiest trade they'll ever get.
BlameF though, going a little bit late. Gonna send the Molotov here to keep Texie contained. BlameF, he's going to be calling to his teammates. Well, I fired these shots towards Donut. Not a single person's peeked me from red, and neither from cave. So be prepared. Let's have some caution here, because they could have a double A setup. And whilst we've got middle, let's really take advantage of that. BlameF will fight. Going to send the HE grenade himself here. Texie, though, can get his second of the round. Eventually, someone's ready to trade, but Celta swinging through gets 2. And it's Jambo in a 1 versus 3. 10 now going to be found from Guns. And the money isn't going to be perfect for Fnatic here. So a real tough decision to be made.
Ooh, Jambo actually just dodges the vision of Celta. And we will find one. Bomb is dropped towards middle. He can retrieve this in these smokes.
Yeah, Grix is already here though. One of the bomb site. Grix,
wow.
Oh, taken down by Jambo. What is that? I guess he's been on the other side of that altercation far too often, and he knows that if there's going to be an AWP, and he knows that Grix is alive, he's definitely going to be playing from the back of the bomb site. So Jambo finds, and now it is on Stein. 1 versus 1 hit. Jambo, so patient. Out of the smoke, clearing CT, nothing seen. And Jambo, now he's taking this space in CT. He's going to be pretty certain that it's this play from Donut. Volley towards big box. Stein still waiting. No smoke for Stein. It's the tap of the bomb, not the full stick. And Jambo wins the 1v3. Fnatic find 12. What a round from Jambo, but it's that second shot. What in the world is that? That kill onto Grix. That is disgusting.
We've got a few more replays to get through, but I need to see that one again. That is an outrageous one tap. The first kill, I mean, here it is. I mean, look at that. Lightning fast and plays. I mean, it's a really interesting sort of 1v1 that he plays. He sits in the smoke for a long time, sort of just in case Stein pushes out of CT. And he just somehow, luckily, isn't spotted from Stein as he just tucks himself in the corner and Stein just completely gambles he's not there. What a clutch from Jambo, and what a heartbreaking way for GUNS5 to give up 12.
Funniest part of everything is that is probably the best rifle round we've seen, and it's come from the AWP of Fnatic. That's probably been the 3 most clinical sets of kills that we've seen. Obviously, the first onto Celta, just good crosshair placement, but that second kill onto Grix, that's nightmare fuel for Grix.
Yeah, that's outrageous. And I think 1 away from taking things here on Ancient Util out towards middle. Guns spotted. Texie goes down. Exrezo, can he get a double? We'll find one. He will back away. Yes. Both sides respecting one another.
Cypher wasn't quick enough to trade there. I actually thought Cypher would have been ready and waiting to deal with the Exrezo. Oh, there's going to be a boost behind this smoke. Celta. All going to be about timing here, Cypher. Oh, Celta. You can go 1 for 1 there, Crims. That's unfortunate. The smoke down towards B main, didn't feel confident, but Jambo on the AWP can find the Exrezo back to this 3 versus 3. 2 flashes and 1 smoke here for GUNS5. Not much utility on the side of Fnatic, but I'm liking this double cave re-aggression. Crims has already slipped through, though. The issue is, even though they're playing this double cave, I don't think anyone's really going to cross paths with them. Jambo might as well just sit in middle here. He's going to elevate now. Things get all based on timing here for Jambo. And Jambo gets 1. Stein close by. Jambo again. That's his 3rd of the round. And now it is all on Grix. A 1 versus 3 hit. Jambo, his AWPing counterpart, has just won a 1v3 mere moments ago. Grix, he spotted Crims. He knows he's here. Grix gets the first. Now needing to deal to BlameF. Obviously, Jambo, he's going to get posted up from ramp as well. All going to be about timing here. Jambo on the angle, and Jambo with the 4K. It's a 1v3 from Jambo, and then a 4K in the round after. What an exceptional final 2 rounds from Jambo. Single-handedly has given Fnatic their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, he's not wanting that one to get any closer, not wanting to give Guns a second to breathe or even a chance, but look, we said in that sort of technical pause in the first half that Fnatic have had issues on the T side of this map, but it does feel like this last month they really have worked on it, and it's been evident in some of their games. They've been able to sort of find a good few more rounds. A lot of the time, if it was sort of a 6-6 side on their CT side, they're finding very little. They lose the pistol thread. Guns are the team to find the initial lead, put themselves in a better spot, and then we only see 1 round dropped there from Fnatic. Brilliant T-side from them. Don't get me wrong, certainly carried by individuals in certain moments, but you can't really discredit them for that. What a couple of rounds towards the end from Jambo. The 1v3 was outrageous. It kind of felt like that might have been the final straw that could have been too much for Guns to handle, as they need to win 3 in a row, as well as just the mentality of losing that 1v3 could be devastating. But great first map here from Fnatic. I can't get over it. 5-1 down, but look, near flawless after that.
Yeah, brilliant from Fnatic. Now we're going to be moving to their map pick of Train. I've mentioned GUNS5. They've not been great on this map, so Fnatic with a real chance here. But Train, we're going to be kicking things off there in about 10 minutes' time, so don't go too far, as we'll be in the second map of the series in just a moment's time. Welcome back. We're going to be heading into the action here for our second map of the series. Obviously now it's the pick for Fnatic. We're going to be moving to Train. It's a map that they've looked pretty decent on for GUNS5. It's not been incredible. What are we thinking about this one, Charlie?
Yeah, I think Fnatic has a very good chance to see if they can capitalize now. I wasn't necessarily confident they'd be able to take things on Ancient. I certainly thought it was going to be a close game, but I did think Guns would actually have enough in their locker just to bring it over the line. But T-side proved to be what really stood out for Fnatic there, which is quite a rarity that we've said in recent times, really, particularly on Ancient. But they've been able to bring it over the line. Now moving on to Trade. I think this is where they can actually win things as a 2-0. They are favoured statistically. This isn't a map that Guns have looked great at. They've looked slightly better since this 5's come in, but in general, form in general for Guns has been slightly better since they brought this 5 in. I still think Fnatic probably will have enough though.
Yeah, I think obviously as well, Train's been a map that Fnatic look to kind of adopt into their map pool quite early on. One of those teams that, you know, they've got, 20 maps played on it in the last 3 months in comparison to GUNS5's 7. Obviously, the games that GUNS5 have played, to be fair to them, it's been close losses, close victory. So I think the one thing we are expecting is a close game here, right?
Yeah, you would imagine so. Between two teams, I think, actually are more evenly matched than many people would be assuming, and the pistol round's looking very good for the CT. The lack of ammo is where Crimson and BlameF do find one, frantically finding these kills and heading over towards B now.
Look at BlameF
with B finish.
I love this. BlameF's just tucking himself away. He's going to drop the smoke as well. Texie spamming through. BlameF backing away. Bully's in hand. BlameF searching for Texie here. Grix has been spotted here. BlameF very isolated, Texie will find, and now it's all on Cypher. Low HP for Cypher. Needing to find Grix, but taken down. GUNS5. They win the pistol.
Yeah, decent recovery there from Crims and BlameF to make that one look a little bit closer, but just two individual 1v1s that need to be won, none of which were. It's a bomb plant. They bring it slightly closer. They do probably have the option of a bit of a better force buy if they do want to go for that. But this gun's looking good on these pistols. We've seen some strange series today. Obviously, the first ESC versus Big that we got to cast, ESC won every single pistol. So far, Guns are on the exact same path. 3 out of 3 now for them. We do see the force by Fnatic. Invest up here. 3 Galils, Scout. And a Tech 9 of Fierce. Not a bad buy. Got some decent rifles in play. 2 towards Ivy here. 3 pushing through Brown, who's likely into Pop. But we do have Grix with the AWP holding for this. Wow. Holding, but it doesn't matter. Crims absolutely deletes him.
Yeah, that is crazy that. Great shots, obviously. Great shot, sorry, from Crims.
Yeah, we did have the scout of Jambo tag down Stein as well, and I think that with Grix falling is just enough for Guns to call it quits here. That is an unreal kill for Crims. Just the fact that he's got the awareness that it could be an AWP here, could be a sniper here. I mean, just so quick. Grix, not even a moment to react. So we're going to have 5 survivors here for the T's. Jambo, of course, can upgrade his scout for the AWP. And good response from Fnatic after losing the pistol.
Yeah, really nice there from Fnatic. And again, little moments like this, especially on the T side of Train, which is the half in which most teams really struggle, and that's obviously where Guns have shown a little bit of kind of inequality, this is where Fnatic, you win the force. Guns are going to be reinvesting. Yes, there's some rifles in play, but still, it's not all the bells and whistles. There's no defuse kit currently. I'd love for Stein to invest in one. He can obviously choose to bring out a molly if he decides to, but I think it'd be better to bring out a flash, bring out a kit. They don't have a defuse kit, and Stein's on 550. Charlie, you know how much I'm going to be harping on about this. If Guns lose the round because of lack of a kit, and Stein could have invested in one, it's just so unnecessary. The $550, it's not worth it. I get it if you've got 2 or 3 teammates already with defuse kits. That's when you can be a little bit selfish there with your own finances, but come on. This is for a quarter-final game. This isn't some random kind of scrim. This isn't a pug. This is for all the marbles here. And GUNS5 backs are against the wall regarding series because they've lost their own map pick.
I honestly like even more that he hasn't bought a Molotov as well, just because I know that'll annoy you even more. So it's sort of just
100%.
didn't buy a kit for
Honestly,
no reason.
I'm furious. There isn't a single reason. If they lose this round and he proceeds to buy 5-7 in the next round, I'm gonna be angry. I'll tell you that for free.
Fair play to Crims for actually clearing that angle that Griggs was playing. Trades are favouring guns though.
Ooh, Fizz been taken down, but Blame F trading. Grix, though, great positioning, and now it's Jambo on the AWP. He's in the back lines. 5 seconds on the clock. Grix playing from top red. Jambo can just look to try and get the bomb plant. If he can plant towards B, that's where some big issues are going to lie. I think you can already hear the words leaving my mouth about the fact that they're going to have to rush this retake because they don't have a defuse kit. Planted for Jambo. There's no smoke either. It's them posted up here. Obviously, they can sneak their way out of con. I'm just clearing here towards CT. Jambo see nothing. This is brilliant for Jambo. He's got so much information now. And he's heard the steps. And now the CTs are guessing. Have the bomb. We'll get one. Gambling the Grix isn't on it. Well, Jambo, deservedly winning the round, will get taken down by Grix. Imagine if there was a kit in that retake.
I mean, you certainly could make the argument, maybe no one runs over Stime's body. But,
Well, he died close A main, there was 2 of them there.
Well, it certainly could have made a big difference there for Guns. But look, at the end of the day, this is going to be an interesting decision now for Guns, because on paper, they should eco this. They've kind of lost the force by a wall, but Grix has a saved AWP. And the buy's actually pretty solid. You've got an M4 in play.
Yeah, and the money for Fnatic is breakable. And I think that's also the benefit, is if Guns do win this, they can kind of reclaim that lost ground that this T side from Fnatic has shown. But they do have to win this round, because without it, Fnatic go 4-1 up, and already that is a ridiculous scoreline to kind of springboard your train. Positioning for Celta is pretty good. I always like a little gimmick play like this. The only issue is if Fnatic grey screen shift push through the ramp smoke. And look, if it happens, it happens. I think sometimes with little moments like that, you've just got to accept, well, they made the silly play, and it's cost me my life. I like that from Texi. Dropping the smoke here to be recovered and retrieved by Yix Reza, I believe. Playing close here towards E-Box. I actually quite like the off angle that Yix Reza is playing at, but now maneuvers close towards Pop. Util going to be raining down. He looks to push on in. Fear could get caught off, but Jambo ready and waiting. Util sent. Excellent from Texi. He gets 1. Still needing to deal with Texi. No trade seen. Texi finds 3. And Celta finally flanking. It's Blame F in a 1 versus 3. He's got knowledge of both Stime and Celta. But the question is, where is this AWP? Where is Grix? Bombs dropped, though, for Celta. He's now gone and retrieved the weapon. Grix is still holding. Blame F. 20 seconds on the clock. And Grix. We're just playing here towards Z. Blame F taken down, though. Excellent round from Texi. He gets a triple. The trading from Fnatic. Embarrassing that. You can argue why he gets the first. Second, you can kind of justify. How he finds a third is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is, I sort of do feel like for Fnatic, there's a point where I understand you want to throw Util out, but you just see what happens. It's you've got to kill. You see Texi find 1. If Jambo just had his gun out, the trade should be seen quickly, but it's the issue. Jambo has to switch to his rifle, go for the swing, he gets taken down, and then again the spacing's off for the third and final player as well there, and just allow Texi to honestly kind of get 3 1v1s in a pretty tight chokehold.
Yeah, exactly. That's the huge issue, is they just don't actually have the positioning for the trades. It's pretty poor there. And again, it's not the fact that Texi swings and it's kind of random and Fnatic don't know about it. It was the fact there was an MP9 that swung about 2 seconds beforehand. Fnatic should realize, okay, well, they've looked to aggress Pop. It didn't work. Instead of throwing the util out, let's just freeze for, 3-4 seconds. Either way, though, Guns, The best Fnatic there. That was just the eco from Fnatic. The lead taken by GUNS5, but back on the weaponry here for Fnatic. The one weakness being Fear's Tech 9, but I think we've seen for quite some time about how strong a Tech 9 can be.
Yeah, Fnatic put a lot of weight into Pop early, actually. Looking to take this seemingly every round. Molotov will keep Crims further back. Okay, this is getting a worry in here. 2-man advantage. BlameF is low, but can't quite be finished off. Celta could go for some spams, but Blame's able to silently creep out of there. So keep himself alive. Fnatic 2-man advantage there. What a close game we've had here initially. Back and forth. Force buys galore.
Yeah, but that's not what you want if you're GUNS5. You need to have some consistency on this CT side because, as I've mentioned, their T side is devastating. 36% win rate there on their T side, at least for Fnatic. They're close to that 50%. Grix posted up here towards upper. Grix will find Jambo, though. It is this 3 versus 3. Grix does really well there, not only to get the kill, but to back away. Yix volleyed off at the moment. He's going to drop the smoke and push on through this. The bomb is, in fact, really close. Fear taking a big risk. But Fear, he wants that high risk, high reward. We'll find Celta. Now can drop down. And Grix not ready for Crims. Fnatic with 3.
Yeah, you spot on. Certainly a dangerous play from Fear. I'm probably going to make the assumption he didn't realise he had the bomb, but doesn't seem to make a difference. The first kill that finds, that's the domino that really starts it all falling. So all square again, but Guns just about have enough cash to make a buy. Grix, AWP, Trezzo, and Stein doing the York. Stein's taking the hit and bought no util. Yeah, like you said, this is good for Fnatic. If they can keep this up, which, I mean, I'm impressed if they can keep this up where it's this back and forth, but this will favour them as they move on to that favoured CT side.
And looking at the weaponry, looking at the util, this is a great opportunity here for Fnatic. Rim's elevated angle here. Obviously, once the smoke fades, there's going to be that slight worry that someone just sat underneath it, and that's why Crims has just done that little half clip. Just on the notion that could get a little bit overwhelmed. Fnatic, obviously, with this being their map pick, with this being the unfavoured side, as we've mentioned, as this game continues to be back and forth and continues to be close, the smiling faces of Fnatic grow larger as they put themselves ever closer to that quarterfinal spot. And Crims, nice opener, takes down Celta towards upper. Celta eventually just getting a little too inquisitive, and Crims silencing that aggression.
Oh no, it just looks like we're about to see Jambo back away as soon as Yix drops off the angle, but in fact it actually encourages the peek, and Texi will find an advantage now completely flipped. Rick's finding the success as well, and yeah, bomb dropped there. Fear's got to make a move. So many players deep here towards Pop.
What an epic fail there from Fnatic. They've gone from a 5 versus 4 scenario with the whole of the B-bomb site theirs to losing not only the bomb carrier in A main, but losing Jambo. And then BlameF falls as he looks to refight. GUNS5, they have just been given around in the most free of fashions. They didn't even need to work for it. Well, it fell off the boost. I don't know whether he fell off or decided to jump off, but just one slight little maneuver, it's caused Fnatic so much turmoil.
I mean, but it looked like to me, okay, Fnatic have the opening kill. They're going to go for a play through B, and they're just going to leave Jambo here with the AWP holding any rotations. But then pivot towards A, where Guns do have all of their players positioned. They've got some really deep angles being played towards Olof, Ebox, and obviously on the Pop boost. But instead, not against any of that. Rick's here with the AWP, because did see Crims with a great find here beforehand. No spam's going to come through. Celta's down towards ramp. Crims will make the steps, but thinks better of actually pushing and committing for this.
We're seeing some Ivy presence here from both BlameF and Cypher. BlameF just firing at range, and this should allow Cypher to kind of activate a little bit. Great HG grenade. Excellent nade there. I
think I have to work this one. Disadvantage. Obviously, they lose this round. It'll give Guns a real opportunity to take quite a good lead on this map. Jambo spots out 2, will find 1, doesn't overcomplicate it. And Cypher finds Grix as well. I'm here towards Hell, has been spotted. Jambo does miss the shot, but BlameF's there to keep his teammate alive. Celta and Texi, all that remain. Texi goes down, Celta spotted at the bomb site. Crim's not needed, Jambo secures. What a couple of turnarounds in each of these rounds. We see what looked really advantage for Fnatic at the last. Then a round that was nicely advantage for Guns, but despite Grix's opening kill, very little was able to be done there on the A defense. You see the initial Grix caught out towards camera. You see the player pushing up towards the E-box found by Jambo's AWP. And as soon as they go down, you see the defense start to crumble. And this is where Guns finally will actually have a pretty bad buy. They've been able to get M4s out the AWP on Grix. They still managed to actually get 2 M4s out, but there's not going to be much more to speak about than that. 2 M4s, an MP9 and 2 5.7s to try to stop Fnatic being the ones to take the lead. And this sort of ongoing force by war, eventually one of these two teams are going to lose it.
Yeah, obviously.
Whoever it favours could be really game-changing, couldn't it?
The big issue is Fnatic, that they've already found 4 rounds, which is no issue whatsoever. They'll be happy with finding 4 because of how difficult and how disappointing GUNS5's T side has been in the past. So I think currently Fnatic, they aren't going to be too worried.
I mean, you certainly don't want to rely on past results, though. Need a bit more than this. Crim's in such a good position, it's all about timing. Has been spotted here by Celta. Just going to tuck himself down. Does have a smoke. Will drop that slightly deep, so needs to wait for this to bloom. Tries to push into it. He holds his smoke. Fraction of a second longer. He'll probably keep himself alive there. This is the AWP on Jambo. In an uncomfortable spot, hearing all these steps around him.
Xrezo elevated here towards back red. Just an MP9 in hand, though.
Really thought we were going to see Fnatic back away and look towards B, but Jambo has made his way down towards Pop. Grix just backs away. This time it's perfect. Jambo finds the first. All on time and he's towards camera. The actual site can be taken.
Obviously for Cypher, looking to progress here from E-box. There's minimal time though, and time factor could be a real issue, but Texi's been spotted. Cypher needs to deal with him, and Cypher does, and now Celta, 1 versus 3. This is going to be a 5th now for Fnatic.
And this should be the end of the Force by Wars. This had to be a full investment, regardless if GUNS5 wanted to or not. 2 players, maybe even 3, couldn't have got out by in the next. So unless Celta can produce some magic with this saved rifle, could be Fnatic finding their 6th round along with their 5th. But I mean, timing couldn't have been worse there. Frankly, for Guns, you see Grix just rotate off. Stops holding Pop, and it allows Jambo to peek out and kill the Olaf player, who could have really caused some serious damage on the A main guys. The 6 would be a fantastic half here for Fnatic.
Well, definitely. I think for Fnatic already they've had a good half. I wouldn't have thought the Fnatic would be disappointed in the slightest. I think they're going to be overjoyed with how this half's gone.
There's a couple of upgraded pistols. No armor behind them. Celta's getting aggressive hit. Nades. Celta finds a double, actually, before the nades and the util take him down. So pretty decent stuff there from Celta. Obviously, it is just leaving these pistols across the map. Cypher out towards Pop. Spots out one, will find one. Time doesn't peek off of this. Gets the dink onto Cypher, but Cypher still finds his second. Grix towards Hell. We're having Texi retrieve this AK from Celta and make his way through Pop.
Jambo could get caught off. He's kind of just shifting through the different angles, but Jambo spotted him, and now Texi. Texi can look to flank, but Cypher, he's low HP. He's going to take this fight. So at least it's the low HP player falling first, and BlameF can find, and they know perfect information of where Texi resides. BlameF still just holding. He's close, and obviously the shadow, the indicator of BlameF's position here. He knows that BlameF is still close here, but Texi can't do anything because he's worried about being held. This is just all about timing. And BlameF finally peaks, and Texi... That is so unfortunate. Just how it goes, right?
I mean, there's nothing he can do. He knows there's Jambo's up there. The best he can do is sort of actually try to bait out the AWP shot of Jambo, which is probably the indication of when BlameF would swing. And then sort of try to readjust back. But it's a difficult one there. He's got no armor. One bullet pretty much could be his downfall. But there is 6. That's a guaranteed level up half for Fnatic, with still 2 more opportunities in this first half. Fnatic could hold on this pressure. And this is what I was sort of saying on map number 1, where I felt like this series could be really close. The only map that I think would be a bit more dominant is Train. And that's because Fnatic have put so much work into making this map their own. Oh, Jambo spots above the smoke, but Fear luckily finds.
Nice from Fear there. Oh, Fear again. This is now going to be a good opportunity for Fnatic to find 7. It's all going to be about the activation timing here from BlameF. Cypher, missed opportunity. Stein takes down BlameF as well. Man advantage. The 2-man advantage for Fnatic has fallen away.
Yes, info that has been gained here, of course, though. In-game leaders now wielding the AWP. Quite deep with this bomb. Jambo elevating on the Train.
I love this position. The only issue is Stein could have got intel there, but Step's been heard. Jambo. Fear just needs to get on the bomb site and plant. That's the issue. Is Fnatic, they've kind of wasted... I don't want to say they've wasted a lot of time, but they kind of have. Smokes were down. I think that's when they should have planted. But Crims, he wants to get a kill, and he has done just that. So I'm just holding. GUNS5. The question is, are they even going to go for this, or is the save the better call? Time. Keep pushing through now. What is his vibrant setting? The map looks red. Time has been taken down. Grix just going to be saving, so Fnatic will get 7. They win the half on the T side of the Train. Fnatic with a great opportunity here.
Yeah, 2-0 feels more than likely now. Fnatic. Certainly not an easy opponent to draw up against here in the round of 16, but at the end of the day, I don't really think there are any easy opponents. And when you're playing against a really on-form Guns, it's only going to be a tough game, but it feels like they've stepped up to the occasion. Close map on Ancient, but they brought that over the line, and here on Train, very competitive start to this one with the constant back and forth forces, but it favours Fnatic as the loss bonus was so pitiful for both teams that eventually when Fnatic were able to double up, that's when Guns had nothing to play with. On around here of the half though. And again, we're seeing all this pop control and a faster play out A from Blame is fantastic.
Absolutely brilliant. And Crims finds Celta. Jambo takes down Stein. Grix, he peeked towards Ivy, going, you know what, I'm going to make a bit of an aggressive play here. I'm going to have some fun in Ivy, maybe catch someone off. His 4 teammates have all died without dealing a single point of damage in the meantime. 8 going to be found from Fnatic. This is looking over. Obviously, Charlie, already here in the proving grounds, we have seen quite a series, quite a comeback. I think me and you, for quite some time, are going to be worried about comebacks. Because that's what we saw with Batera versus TNL.
Yeah, 12-0 up, and TNL could not close it out. It still sounds surreal to say. This one, though, with Fnatic on the CT side, on their favoured side, and GUNS moving over to a T side that they have had quite a fair share of issues on themselves. It definitely does feel like the stars are aligning for this one to be a clean sweep by Fnatic.
Obviously, Fnatic, such an important game for them. Wanting to push that all-important quarterfinal.
Obviously, here in the Proving Grounds, we have got to see GUNS play, and GUNS, in general, with this full 5, the last month that they've played, they have been a little bit better at train than they probably have beforehand. First 2 games, they got a victory, one of which a 13-16 win against Patera. They've lost their most recent 2. They have all been reasonably close games, and we have seen their T-side improve with the addition of Yixrezo and Grix. So I'm not necessarily expecting it to be as diabolical as it has been, but it is still an 8-4 with Fnatic on the stronger side. I think you can have a good T-side, but there's a point where you're looking at an 8 rounds as a good T-side. This has been an unreal T-side from Fnatic.
Obviously, Fnatic, this is the type of half, the type of T-side that they will look back on in all future games here on Train and go, you know what? This is what it's meant to look like. This is how it's meant to be played.
Question now is going to be, do GUNS go 4 for 4 in pistols?
Honestly, Charlie, I think even if they do, it's not going to change anything.
Certainly does help Fnatic out quite a bit, though. Push them towards, to be fair, if we do see the pistol victory from Fnatic, probably not much of a doubt that we'll see GUNS go for a force buy, and if that's the case, that'll be majority of this game consistent of these force buy wars, which would be certainly an exciting one, because it always does breed this chaotic and excitement-fueled Counter-Strike, so I certainly wouldn't complain about it.
Yeah, obviously. For Fnatic, it's a team and kind of a side quite similar to, maybe not as similar to Big, but this is a team and an organization that we've seen at the top level throughout Counter-Strike for many years. And I think, obviously, with recent roster changes, things have looked a lot better for them, but they want to get back to the top of the mountain, don't they?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, that's why we've seen a lot of movement. That's why we've seen them make a lot of different moves in the last few years now, really, but none of them have quite worked out. Not to the same degree that they would have wanted, really. So it still feels like we are waiting for Fnatic to sort of find the final piece to the puzzle. And whether Cypher is going to be that piece is still up in the air. Still up in the air. It's only been a month since he's been on the roster, so certainly got to give him a bit more time than that. But that's the thing with Fnatic. You can see some really good results from them, and it sort of brings you back on the bandwagon. But equally, consistency has felt like that's been one of the biggest issues for them at times.
Obviously, back into the action now, finally, pistol round underway. Such an important pistol for GUNS5. If it is lost, I think the idea of a comeback is kind of taken away.
I mean, Crims, he has let these players out on the B-bomb side, but it's good control that he's got here. And with Jambo and Blamer very deep here, there's not actually a lot of control that the T's have. They're kind of crunch. They've got to take this fight forward, and Jambo's the player they fight towards. He's able to find one. Hexy out of ammo, has to back away. Crim's under pressure, but Celta's lack of armor has softened him up. 1 point of health on Celta.
He's able to find Crims. Texi takes down Cypher as well, but Fear, he's low and he's still finding impact. Celta is still alive here. Grix under pressure. Celta here from heaven. Blamef will take down Celta, but Grix in the 1v1 now, and Grix dealt with by Jambo. I don't believe there's enough time. So GUNS5, they will go 4 for 4 on pistol rounds.
And I think it has to be said, it's the kill that Celta finds. If Crims takes him down, You have Guns with no deep control towards CT. They've not got no control towards the brown halls, and they're essentially waiting. When are we going to be crunched on? When are we going to get swarmed? And we did see it. That's why we saw a lot of kills found from Fnatic early, because it's an uncomfortable spot for the T's to be in. But Celta just being able to keep that control just delays Fnatic's retake, and that felt like the biggest difference maker there. Force buy from Fnatic though.
Ooh.
And Stein finds the early kill onto BlameF. Takes a lot of damage in the meantime though. But it is the early advantage here for Guns. I think the space has been taken here from Crims. Got Fear by his side as well. Could sort of lead to a bit of misinformation if Guns make their way back up towards B, and that's where it looks like they could be doing. Fear is here with Rifle and Pop. How many can be found?
Yeah, Fear, he's in a good position, but as you mentioned, it's not going to be easy. Gets the one. Jambo as well, finding Yix-Rezo. He's just trying to take contact. The HE grenade down to 11 HP, but rotation's going to be seen. Cypher and Jambo going to be quick to rotate. Smoke landing. Time. Going to be peeking first. Great kill there from Texi. Cypher takes down Texi, though. Stein looking to find him. Fear with the full-on reposition here. Cypher in the smoke, though, getting found. Yeah. Being held by Stein. Oh, okay. Well, it's just been given perfect information here. Time's reposition's crazy. We're going all the way through Pop.
Fear's probably got no choice but to save this now.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
Nice attempt there from Fnatic, but your two-man disadvantage from the get-go. You see 2 kills back, but Guns just grouping up and pushing towards that bomb site. The Force by War not panning out. Allow Guns to bring this game a little bit closer. And this is where you look at things and say, how many rounds would sort of Guns have found if they didn't find the success from both the pistols? Obviously, the first one, you can maybe throw it out the window really and say it ended up being a Force by War. Fnatic ended up coming out on top of it. But a lot of the success here, particularly on Train, has come from, even if you just look at things and say the 3 rounds at least, potentially 4 now, are going to come off the back of just winning the pistol. And when that's the majority of the rounds that Guns have found, it's given them a huge buffer. So Fnatic really have had to dig deep just to win it on the Force buys and the full buys and things like that.
Yeah, it's the fact that as well, that even with these pistol rounds, Fnatic are still very much in the lead. Obviously, though, this is just the eco around that saved rifle. Fear was the first to fall, in fact. Under pressure is Stein. Perfect information. BlameF. BlameF's keeping the AK. He doesn't have armor, but he's still keeping the AK. Quintessential BlameF moment here.
I was going to say, might look to save this AK while Crims goes searching, but I'm just holding in for any of the entry points.
Yeah, I think both of them should look for at least one pick, or play in a position where you should be able to go at least 1 for 1. Obviously for Crims, if he can get a kill and retrieve a rifle, that would be huge.
Not sure where Fear actually died. Must have been that aggression towards Zappa.
Yeah,
okay,
it was in a molly and nade
really
combo.
A retrievable weapon then.
No, it was a horrible molly nade combo that Fear could do absolutely nothing about. Nice from Crims. Won't be able to get the AK in time, but he has removed a weapon from the ranks of GUNS5.
First look at Fnatic's investments here. First look at what they can do on their CT side. Score lines kept closer. Just 1 round between these 2 teams as Fnatic's 4-round lead on the halftime has been nullified to just 1. That's the thing, Griggs has had a very good game here. Even on Ancient, where they ended up losing. Had a lot of impact with the AWP. Jambo, of course, we know what he did at the end of Ancient. Has some big moments here as well.
Oh, Jambo's final 2 rounds of Ancient were incredible. It was a 1v3, obviously, to get that all-important 12th, and then the 4K in the last. It's just insane. FlameF has obviously been very key for Fnatic so far on train. That's something we cannot overlook.
Nothing too aggressive here from Guns, just clearing out any of these possible deeper positions that Fnatic might be playing from. And now Bomb making its way through Brown Halls, it does give off the idea that this could be this B finish. I'm joining as well. And with no spatial control taken anywhere from Fnatic, they are sort of just playing timidly and just waiting.
BlameF's going to be rotating in though. He's playing from upper. This is the type of position where I feel like BlameF's always going to thrive from. Timing on the nade looks great from Crims. And now BlameF, his Molotov. It looks good. BlameF won't be able to deny the plant, but he's just holding for Yix. He gets the first. He's aware of Celta, but Grix on the AWP confined. And now it's all about Jambo. He's posted up onto Grix's angle. Celta, though, finding Cypher. That is brilliant. Really important, really key, because it's now this 3 versus 3. Utility non-existent. There's no defuse kit currently. Celta heavily chipped away by the nade, but the nade, in fact, aiding Texi. Jambo unable to find, and now BlameF. It looked as though he wanted to give it a slight lurk, but Celta with another. GUNS5 are going to find themselves 8.
And just like that, things have got a lot closer there. Good start from a nice nade kill from Crims. We see BlameF take down the play, planted the bomb as well. Was it 4 versus 3? But Cypher pretty isolated from his team as he creeps up towards the bomb site. He's able to be taken down. No one's really playing a deeper angle that can get a trade to help him. Sort of just got 2 players sitting towards Z, holding and hoping someone gives something up. And never going to come through. But Jambo can keep hold of his AWP at least. Just going to be a half buy around this. But this is where Guns can take the lead. And this is why I wasn't necessarily worried about Fnatic when they found 8. But I did think just winning the pistol just makes your life so much easier. Because now, look, game's still on. Still a chance for Guns here.
Fnatic is a heavy half buy as Jambo's got the AWP. BlameF, he's invested in a rifle. I like the flash as well. They've taken space towards A main. Great flashbang. Yix. Oh, he wasn't checked, but Fear will find. That's a rifle that can be retrieved. Cypher could go hunting for that MP9, but he's not bothered about it. BlameF now going to be under pressure. Texi is a little bit alone, a little bit disjointed from his team, and they're now activating towards Ivy. BlameF finds time, no important kill back. BlameF again has got the HE grenade. Grix falling back. Bomb needs to be recovered. Weapon dropped across here. BlameF. Important kill from Grix. The fact that Cypher didn't go back to retrieve that weapon denied any trade potential. If Cypher actually went back to get that M4, he would have been close enough to get the trade kill onto Grix. But it's a 2 versus 3 now. Minimal time. Grix has recovered the bomb. And it's going to be a play through A. Positioning here looks really good for Cypher. Might even go unchecked. Crims. Oh, great shot from Texi. Again, though, they have to cross paths with Cypher. Oh, missed shots. Grix taken down by Jambo, though. And Texi needs to recover the bomb and get it planted. And it can just be denied. Jambo can swing. USP in hand. Texi will get taken down. Jambo can find and Fnatic. They deny GUNS5 taking the lead.
Yeah, I guess a little bit worried there when we see Texi get off the bomb, get his rifle out. You're worried, is there a world where Jambo goes down and we can see a 180, but no, not the case. There is a bomb plant at least for Guns, but Fnatic do come out on top. And obviously that was just a half bite around Jambo's saved weapon, but BlameF really key kills towards Ivy that he found. The initial aggression from Fnatic feels like a perfect play, perfect decision to make when you've got those 5-7s, when you've got the MP9s, get up in the face of your opponents, and that's what Fnatic are up to do, and it does pan out perfectly. Second tack pause here for Guns as they need to deliberate exactly what's going on here, because look, you can see, even though they won the pistol, up against the Force, money's been chipped away at quite heavily. Grix is glass cannoning.
I think it's how it's got to be done, though, for Grix. Do we really think Grix on a rifle's going to be the difference maker? Do we think an AK is what's needed? I think a glass cannon getting the opening kill, whether it's a peek from A main, whether he's peeking from upper, even an early pop peek, I feel like that can work out really nicely for the T's. But Grix, it's going to be a play through A main. Molly landing. Nades as well. Fortunately for Grix, it wasn't a deeper peek from A main, because that Utah would have taken him down there and then.
Seeing Crims push up, but Celta's on the other side of this. Celta, he's come out on top over Crims on a fair few occasions, but Crims will be the player to find the opening kill for Fnatic in this one. Weapons have been retrieved, so no weaker guns now for the T's. It is obviously disadvantage. This could just be an explosion out towards B. It'd be well timed as Crims is alone. Taken down for nothing. And it's going to be a 4v4 post plant as Stein punches in the digits. Perfect timing for the call for Guns. Don't wait too long. Don't allow Fnatic to rotate another player in.
Oh, Texi. Contact taken. Cypher spotted him now. Positioning of EX Rezo. Going to go for the swing, but he doesn't get the kill. Cypher quick enough. Stein, Texi combined, but BlameF finding Texi. Stein still on the back of the bomb site. Grix alongside a missed shot from Grix. The lack of armor really costly, and they know exactly where Stein resides. Still here on the back of the bomb site. Maybe they think for a slight second he's maneuvered and he's able to isolate these fights. BlameF elevated and BlameF can find the kill. He retrieves a kit, and I believe there's enough time here. Fnatic will get double digits now on the CT side. They are 3 rounds away from closing out the series.
Yeah, it gets pretty tense as well. And don't forget, that was the full investment from Guns. Even with the bomb plant, it's not going to allow a buyout here. Unless they really do want to go for a force buy, which, with the money they've got, it feels like you're essentially offering the map and series up to Fnatic if you make a play like that. So, it will just be an eco. But it does suddenly get tense again. I'm surprised Fnatic opt to rotate Blame away from the B-bomb site. You've got the man advantage from Crims, who just found one towards upper, and you leave him all by his lonesome there. And it almost leaves that round falling apart. But fair, nice double.
Yeah.
Gonna be a play down B, but it is just these Glocks. Crims finds a double.
Obviously, the issue is... yeah, the bombs. I think the bomb was towards... It was dropped out all off. No, it was dropped an A main. What was the point? Well, Crims did get taken down. Fnatic now 2 away from closing out the series.
Yeah, quarterfinal spot. Waiting. One of these two teams. You've already spoken about it. So the winner of this plays against Namiga. Namiga had a really close series against Monty. I'll be honest, I think the winner of this is going to be equally as close a quarterfinal there. That's going to be super exciting. But it does feel like Fnatic are not far off securing their spot there. This is a heavy B lean here for Fnatic. You've got Jambo's ult posted, Crims and BlameF now residing towards B. Sort of sad, I think they probably unnecessarily rotated Blame away from B in the last. Feels like they're overcompensating slightly here.
Still though, got about a minute of play. And it is this 5v5 currently.
Still, Fnatic are sticking with this 3-man B setup. Util's starting to rain over towards A. Jambo can rotate into the bomb site.
A lot of weight on Cypher's shoulders as he's working as this first point of contact. Tapping away from Cypher. Crosshair placement looks good. Jambo's rotated around. Boost here. Okay, I like the idea of the boost, but instantly seen, so they get no benefit from that. And if anything, now GUNS5 know that there is still 2 defenders ready and waiting.
Bomb can just about get planted. Stein tagged down, but he does find the kill onto Cypher.
Rezo finding Fear. And this is where the CTs should honestly just look to save. Maybe go for a bit of a hunt, though. 2 in CT. Blame F has got so much information here. Blame F. Oh, this is the Delta. Oh, okay. Blame F. Not playing discipline there. Rezo's here in pop. There's 2 from A main. Blame F holding for that, though. Great awareness from Blame F.
Should keep himself alive. Whether Texi can is a different question. Missed shot from Jambo. The 3 survivors, no issue reinvested in here, are the CTs. So again, it feels like it's going to be a close finish, just like Ancient was. But I think that's just there due to the fact that Fnatic, like I said, they had a pretty passive A setup just due to the fact that they had 3 over towards B, so the smokes rained down. Guns had a really easy time breaking their way into that bomb site because there was no defenders there. You had Cypher behind, Cypher and Fear both behind the camera smoke, Jambo behind the Z smoke. Crims will spam. Does do some decent damage. Jambo's found one in the meantime. The nade accompanies the spam, and look at the health of Seltra and Texi.
Yeah, this is tough now. There is still a lot of utility here for GUNS5. Again, we're seeing this triple B setup. Crim's going to be backing away. Oh, timing is everything for Crims. He spots them off, and now Blame F can turn his attention. Okay, well, Jambo can get the trade onto Texi. Jambo gets another, and it's a 1 versus 4 for Rezo. This is going to be 12 for Fnatic now.
Yeah, I'm not quite certain what Guns' economy is looking like. I think they do have a little bit of cash. Quick find from Jambo there. Nice awareness from Rezo, but he's just not quite able to connect onto the AWP in time. And yeah, we will have enough for a fair few rifles. Stein not really afforded that luxury. But it's now or never. It's do or die. Guns. Ancient came close with a 13-9, but Fnatic just had enough in the tank to overcome them there.
Look at the weaponry, though. We've got AKs in play, but Util's pretty poor. There's a Tech 9 on Stein. This is it. GUNS5. Is this the round 4? It will. Celta certainly seems so much utility, Del, but look at the round. Jambo gonna feel very isolated back in the bomb site. Celta, okay, won't be able to take him down. Stein rotating around to find Crims. It's a 1 versus 3 for Jambo and Texi. That's a 3-1 for Texi. So GUNS5. That's the first. We still need 2 more, though.
Yeah, I think Fnatic only have the money for 1 more buy. So it might all come down to this one. No, 100%. It's just going to be the 1 buy.
Yeah, obviously Jambo. He's one of the players with decent money, but obviously investing in the AWP, full utility, all the bells and whistles, it isn't cheap. Obviously they can do it with the weaker weapons, but certainly not easy, and it's a faster play here. Great HE grenade. Grim's now backing away. Molotov has been down. So much damage in the molly. Look how low these 3 are. No, Fnatic. Fnatic, they have to realize how low they are. Grim sent the HE grenade and the Molotov, which the T's pushed through. They've got to have this information, but they're going to be saving. Oh, Fnatic. They are putting it all down to round 24.
It's going to get scary. But it does come down to the final round. OT looming over as a potential prospect if Fnatic can't get it done here. 8-4, they were leading on the T side. I haven't quite managed to stabilize the CT. Yeah, I mean, this is one of the issues that I feel like we've seen from Fnatic on a fair few occasions is they're quite reluctant to sort of play any aggressive angles. They're playing very passively towards A. And if we did have someone towards D-box, they hear all those steps. We have BlameF rotate in time. He throws another nade. You probably see those 3 players go down to util. But it's just, we don't have that early information from Fnatic, and it's Crim's getting it all alone.
Yeah, of course. And the fact as well that Crims is on an MP9 certainly doesn't help. But yeah, honestly, I feel like we should have... Fnatic should have been able to realise, and I think Crims should have been able to convey, well, I've sent an early nade, they've barreled their way into the bomb site, the timing on my nade is for if they're rushing, and the molly as well they push through. They've got to know that there's at least 2 players that are low to that.
I mean, they probably do. I still just don't think they think it's worth it.
Yeah, true.
As low as they are, we're still disadvantaged.
It's clear they feel very confident then in their CT side.
I mean, you certainly would hope so, CT side of train, but not quite been as prominent as it has in the past. I think we looked at Guns' 4 rounds on their CT side and thought, yeah, that's certainly not going to be enough. But Fnatic so far only been able to post 4, and with the prospect of 5 potentially dwindling, it's all up to round number 24. We've got an even better weapon for Crims. Space being taken. BlameF will find the first. Fearfully blinded. Cypher can't double up. 3v3 until Jambo strikes towards B.
Still so much utility here. Molly on the back of the bomb site for BlameF. He's just going to drop the smoke within, though. R2 HE grenade. Oh, BlameF gets one more. It's Seltzer in a 1 versus 3. Missed shot from Jambo. He's aware of 2 players positioning, and what a read. Seltzer, he knows that Crims, he's the B player. He's most likely going to be here towards Pop. But timing, and oh, that is devastating. BlameF goes for a wide peek, takes contact. Crims swings and finds. That is 13-11 now for Fnatic. They are victorious here. They take the series, they move to the quarterfinals, and for GUNS5, a devastating finish there, because obviously Ancient was close, but it wasn't enough. Yet Train even closer. But when it mattered most, Fnatic stepped up. Brilliant game from Fnatic. They are victorious. Our final round of 16 victor, facing off against Namiga. But what a game, what a day, and what a kind of playoffs that we are shaping up for.
Yeah, I mean, round of 16 all concluded, just quarterfinals from here on out. But as you can see, map MVP being BlameF, I think fully deserved there. I think Jambo and BlameF both had a really good map number 1 and map number 2. I think Crims had some monster moments in terms of even just 1 kill, in terms of, but what it did for the round cannot be sort of undervalued. And yeah, certainly a deserved win for Fnatic, but it does get close. And I think maybe a few people are going to be looking at this Guns roster and saying, look, they're 64th in the VRS, they're 75th in the HLTV rankings. I think a few more people are going to be giving a bit more respect to them now, just because we know what these guys are like. We've seen them on other teams, but some people might not be as familiar. But Fred, as you can see, here is our playoff bracket now. Here's the quarterfinals. Saw versus Ents. That's going to be a banger. Fnatic versus Namiga. For me, that's the highlight match. ESC versus Batera is a really interesting one, because we've got to see that 2-1 win today for ESC, as well as a super close fight and battle against TNL for Batera. And then with Partisan versus Foot, Partisan, Fred, they caused probably one of the biggest upsets here in the Swiss stage, alongside that TNL Batera game, where obviously 12-0 up for TNL, don't remind them. And then the Foot versus Spirit Academy. I mean, all of these are bangers. I can't see a single one where I'm saying, oh, this team's favoured here. These all feel super close.
They're all super close as well, because I feel like the teams that all should have gone through on the left-hand side of the bracket did. You've got your invited teams, you've got your Saw, you've got your Entses, obviously Fnatic and Namiga. Yet, obviously Foot Spirit Academy was always going to be an interesting one. Both these teams have looked good. They're both Academy rosters. Obviously the main portion of Foot being that Na'Vi Junior team. I feel like on the right side of the bracket, you've got kind of, I guess, the more experienced teams, I guess, the higher ranked teams. Yet the right side, you've got your Partisan, you've got obviously Batera besting TNL. That was a huge upset. ESC, they're on the rise. They're looking really good. And yeah, I think you've got it right on the money there, Charlie. I think every single one of these games has got banger written all over it. And obviously these games are going to be on display throughout tomorrow, as we're going to have our quarterfinalists and all the quarterfinal matches played out tomorrow. We've only got 2 more days left, Charlie, and the playoffs is over. Obviously, We're going to be on the second set of matches. Obviously, we don't know what games actually are being played or what order they're being played. But as you've mentioned, we've got bangers all throughout the day. I don't really care which games I'm watching. I'm excited for all 4 of them. But obviously, as mentioned, it's not going to be us on the early morning. It's going to be M&J and Wild Deity. So make sure that if you guys are staying tuned for those early quarterfinal matches, you show them some love. I'm sure they're going to be bringing some excitement to the broadcast. But that's been it from us tonight. Hope you enjoyed. We'll see you tomorrow for the quarterfinals.